Hello and welcome to our Elrick, Tales of Ubersreik. Now, if you've watched our previous ones, you'll be aware of just how badly these potentially could go. So let's bring in Dan. Hi, Dan.
No, he said it would all be totally cool.
Totally cool.
It'd be the most boring episode.
Yeah, they were really dull.
Yeah.
As Birdie's one show. I don't know if you watched Birdie's one yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
yeah. For those of you who watched Birdie's one, you'll know just how interestingly these things can potentially unfold. So this is our fourth Ubersreik episode now. Ooh, exciting. No, our fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's one of them. Let's see what happens with Elrick. So we will begin as the barge is making its way down the river Teufel. The river Teufel runs the colour of blood. If your blood is a sort of ruddy, reddish, stroke orangey-ish colour. The stories say it runs the colour of blood, but looking over the edge, that's definitely not blood. And it's fascinating for someone like Elrick, because here you've got a combination of two things that are arguably central to his life. Number one, red. Number two, water. That balance between Actuary and Gyron, not that he can channel both of those winds, but the red wind of magic, Actuary, and the green wind of magic, Gyron. And it's fascinating because what sort of flows are down there? A spark of interest can't help but form at the back of his mind. Do you want to have a look? Do you want to see what there is?
Yeah, he would normally he'll have been traveling on the boat and he'll have been sensing the strong Gyron winds and actually would have been a bit weaker. Yeah. But is he sensing that?
Well, while you're on the canals, actually he's effectively gone except for that burn around a candle over there and a lantern, the swinging, the scudding in of Actuary when someone gets a bit annoyed, which you can often catch.
Bratilda, I think.
And yes, Bratilda and her opinion of Birdie is going to be spiraling around her. But here, as you move the barge in, do you have a perception test? Let's see what he thinks of this particular.
That would be a success.
Oh, just take a pill while I'm here.
No worries. I take my pills before so that I'm on.
Yeah, totally. I'm still rather ill. So, pill taken. Gyron is often called a wind, but you know that is a deep misnomer. It's far more like a flow. Mm-hmm. It moves its way, undulating across the often open plains along set lines, often between ogams. So there'll be flowing lines that connect the two. You're aware that in your families, these are often given different names. They're sometimes called dragon lines. They're sometimes called ley lines. And they connect in a network across the empire. And they are much more powerful deep in the older forests. Mm-hmm. Also, where the oldest Ogham circles are still standing at their most powerful. You've not visited all of the great circles, but you're aware huge chunks of them are over in Talabheland, which is where you grew up and you toured a lot around the Coolsa Hills and similar. This is far removed from that, and most rivers carry a decent amount of Gyron along with them, the magic of life. Interestingly, often less than many expect who don't know the winds of magic. They often expect the rivers to be the great repositories. As it turns out, not so much the case. People, life, that's where the great repositories are. That's where the batteries are. And the rivers often collect all of the bits that fall out, all of the, let's say, the excretion of life. But equally, that is then passed up and back into life because water is at the heart of everything. And the water here is veiny with Gyron. It's quite different. Coming from the canals, which are almost stagnant by comparison, just pools of Gyron drifting along, being lit in and out by the lock systems as they go, and sometimes gathering. And you're almost surprised as you reach the locks that the water is moving that direction, just how much Gyron can gather around there. Without even intending to look, you can see that pile of it just sitting there. But as we move into the river itself, it's veiny, odd, and stretched. The Teufel is different. Actually, does run through it. And this is fascinating. Fascinating because Actuary and water do not get on. Indeed, you remember back in the college, good old Matrius Siegfried. Matrius Siegfried had served with the Imperial Navy for a good 4 years, a time that he happily looks back on as the worst part of my life. that I think ever happened. And as he lectured the students, I do not recommend anyone take up any sort of commission with the Navy. The actuary is dead. You have to channel and channel and channel. When it comes to war, naturally the actuary comes down from the sky, and if you're lucky on a clear day, you'll get clouds of it moving over, basking in the heat of the sun. But as soon as it goes dark, it just fizzes away. And the water. Water and bright wizards don't mix. Except maybe here. There's actually running through it, and it does make you wonder what's going on up there. Is this coming from perhaps something close to a volcano? Maybe there's a natural source of actually being pulled in. Super hot actually is going in. There's water nearby. Those bubbling springs are perhaps leaking down. You aren't sure why the waters are red, but you've got enough of a mind to think it's probably because there's some sort of sediment or something in it. It doesn't appear to be magical per se, which means it's probably something that's material. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's the bubbling actually up there that's causing the red to seep into the waters itself. It's enough for him to theorize, to look at it and go, it's a thing. Unexpectedly, though, red linked with actually.
Strange.
Yeah. Not to be contemplative about.
Yeah. I haven't spent time on barges. Not a lot, but a bit.
Yeah.
Never would have experienced.
Nope. This is a new thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% new. He's been to hot springs by Talabicland, and what happens is that they actually tends to gather around the heat, and it sort of sits above like steam.
Yeah.
It doesn't really mix. The heat, it attracts it, but the water almost acts as a barrier. It doesn't really get in there very well.
From his studies in the college, could he theorize as to why this might be? Like, I know
give him a lore magic test. Let's see what.
It'd be 2 successes if we're
counting. 2
counting.
successes is enough. So let's move back. Senior apprentice. Senior apprentices were they held a double position, one of scorn and one of respect. Respect because they knew shit and they were the only people who were going to be telling you shit, because often the wizards and the magisters would flee from the Bright College. No desire to be teaching the apprentices in the slightest, much rather be out there on the front line blowing things up or whatever it is that they did on their own nightly basis. Senior apprentices formed the backbone of much of the teaching, but you only really became a senior apprentice if you weren't capable of mastering everything fast. And the Bright College of all colleges really does appreciate speed. Generally speaking, most of their apprentices should be done within a year of their apprenticeship and then moving on to their journeying, but they journey within the college. And they're still just referred to as apprentices. And if after 2 years you still don't have it all, well, you get the pleasure of becoming a senior apprentice. And that generally means you've got some sort of block in place. Maybe you're channeling is stymied somehow. Maybe you're finding it difficult to get the actuary to do what you want. Maybe the spells aren't coming forward correctly, but your actual knowledge is much higher than everyone else. So you're put in a position of teaching. If after another couple of years things are bad, then they all start worrying. Generally, the longest apprenticeship inside the Bright College is 7 years. Generally. After 7 years, if you still don't have it, you move into a perpetual apprenticeship. Perpetual apprentices are effectively, let's be kind and say that they are the people that in the college who provide all the services. They are the cooks. They are the people that work in the stables. They are the guards. They are often also teachers, depending upon their individual academic capabilities. But they are not considered to be powerful enough or capable enough to become full wizards. But because it's actually, they're not considered safe enough to leave the college. Occasionally, a perpetual apprentice is allowed out on a permanent basis and they can go live their life elsewhere. But most commonly they aren't, because of all the troubles that the Bright College has had in the past with accidental burnings of Altdorf and other places. And they just don't want that anymore. They've had too many difficulties, and the current patriarch is quite categorical on it, largely because the vast majority of the Bright apprentices are common, and he isn't. And the few nobles that come in tend to come in. If they reach perpetual status, go right back out again. But they are never allowed to inherit. Ever. They have gone through the college system, which means no inheritance. Mm. So, in his time there, Perpetual Apprentice, Altdorf, who had reached the point in his career where his lessons went like this. Yeah, everyone sit down. Everyone sit down. He was in his 26th year, and he was in his 7th year of being an apprentice. And you could see that the fire within had very much fallen.
It's down to its embers.
Magic today, magic theory. Well, what are we supposed to be doing? Often, bright wizards are, their apprentices at least, very poor apprentices. Many of them will be doing the opposite of what the individual wizard or apprentice may be wanting them to do. But not with this man, largely because he had a temper that was so high that most of the kids just didn't want to be bothered with it. Because when he was doing this, fine. When he wasn't, it was all, and it was like, oh shit. Yeah. He once got into a duel, and rather famously, 2 years got into a duel with an apprentice who he challenged. They went up to the Hall of Duels itself, not even one of the smaller dueling chambers. He didn't use a single spell and literally beat him with a stick until he was bloody.
Wow.
No one wanted to be, let's say, outspoken in his class again. So he just mumbles away as everyone sort of picks their noses, flick things at each other. And it's generally, it's generally a poor class. But particularly because most bright wizards are not the most academic anyway. Most of them would rather be out in the heptagon, learning how to throw their spells and clash steel against itself. But no, they have to do the magical theory lessons as well. But there is a possibility, he says halfway through his long and boring lecture, which for reasons you're not quite sure, you heard that day. Maybe it's because you could hear birds tweeting outside as well, and it's just been a long one. That constant dull roar of the actuary pouring down through the various sepulchres and gargoyles that are out there. Not sepulchres, probably the grotesques out there, the gargoyles with their big tongues out. Oh, I suppose I better tell you, there are circumstances where magic can merge, I suppose. And just as you're remembering the memory, it tugs at another one. It really tugs at another one. That idea of magic being wound into a cord. Yeah. Yeah. And maybe he looks back with a certain amount of, I'm going to listen to this in my...
Well, Elrick always was scholarly. So.
Yeah, he was much more so than everyone else. Magic can... It's possible that the winds cannot just merge and form into Dar. They can also, in a variety of different ways, be separated and stay separate, often with material or immaterial influence. Immaterially, it would require someone like one of, for example, the elves. They are capable of channeling the winds so that they don't actually intersect with each other. Upon doing this, they can do some unexpected, simple things, but still, the elemental winds are individually cast and individually handled. But in the material world, here in our mortal realms, it is quite possible for material components to separate strands of magic. These things happen often spontaneously, sometimes by design. A good example of this, and you can't believe you forgot this, is the Teufel. The Teufel. But you didn't put it together as the Teufel River. He just said the Teufel.
Yeah.
But now you're like, oh, wait a minute, I've heard about this. To do your clicking.
Makes sense, yeah. There we go. it's in lore.
Well, there is not just a hot stream, but a laval flow that interacts with a great glacial lake up in the Grey Mountains. And this laval flow comes underneath and impinges within, causing shards of actuary to pierce into the water. These shards come out intermittently, sometimes it's a lot, sometimes it's less, and it causes corrosion throughout the deposits that are on the edge of this. The great glacier that sits over the lake has brought all manner of different deposits down into the lake, which are corroded by the heat at the bottom and cause the waters to colour up. But it's not just a colour that comes from the deposits that are there alone. It's also because of the deposit beneath, which is heated and infiltrated by the actuary. Sniggers from boys at the idea of something moving something else. Oh, ho, ho. A very mature set of students here for the 4 that were listening. Some others turn round. Something's funny's happened. As they turn round, one stops picking his nose. So it's almost like there's sleeves of water protecting it from the gyron and just chasing streaks of actually through it, which would suggest that this waters would probably be warmer. There's an easy way to experiment. It is not. Clearly, his knowledge here is imperfect. How many advances does he have in good old lore magic?
He's got 25.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Really good. He was very academic, wasn't he? I'm going to let him do a test then.
Wow, just all 2s, 2 successes.
It's further than the class said, and that alone was enough for his mind to immediately drop onto what's actually happening here. It's not just sleeves of material water. The sleeves of material water are also impregnated full with gyron. And he can see the gyron flooding down the river, and that is acting as an insulator to the actuary that's running through there, which means there's just lots of small untapped shards of actuary running through this water, both tainting it to a degree, but not heating it because of the gyron itself that's moving through. Most bright wizards probably wouldn't notice this, and equally, most gyron channelers, jade wizards, wouldn't notice it either.
Interesting. So the wildlife wouldn't be affected, for example?
Although quite possibly, fit animals tend to avoid magic. They're aware of it.
Yeah.
And those shards of heat that are passing through, it's very possible you might find random dead fish sometimes just floating up to the surface as one just passes through one unexpectedly and causes a superheating, because if it is coming from lava, that's going to be super hot. And whilst it should have dissipated all the way through, it's got sleeves of gyron around it. It's quite likely these are almost like just sparkling bolts of heat just waiting to pass through things. Not a lot of them. There's a few here and there. And it probably wouldn't do anything to anything particularly large. Like if it hit a boat, all it would do is perhaps cause a slight marking as it just bounces off and goes around.
It could be attributed to anything in the sea.
But smaller creatures, very possibly. Yeah, interesting. Probably means that the creatures that live up and down this river, they've been living here for a long time. One presume like they live anywhere. They'll be used to it. They'll know where to avoid. Yeah. Animals will all holt or nest or some equivalent in different places to avoid this sort of stuff, because those that didn't will have died. A whole host of theoretical, magical thoughts passed through his mind. And I think this is a good moment to say, is this the sort of thing that he's going to start logging in his grimoire? Is he the sort who actually has a scholastic underpinning to much of what he's doing, or is he someone who just simply notes it and passes on? Does he want to pass this on to further generations and perhaps create his own treatise towards magic that's perhaps different to everyone else's, or is he very much not that guy?
I don't think he's that guy. However, something like that, and he'd have to be very careful with how he notes it in his own grimoire, because his own grimoire is full of actuary and should only be full of actuary.
Quite.
But he will.
Perhaps this is an opportunity to think of buying another book.
Yeah.
So he can start magical notes. He doesn't need to state the sources in there of how he knows there's gyron in there. He can just simply say, there is this, there is that.
So what he'll do is he'd write it in the last page of the grimoire to be able to easily tear out.
Yep, sounds good.
Copy onto.
So sit there, get his quill, get his pen knife out, grab some ink, probably borrow it from Gerhardt, who is winding down
Lucas, really.
Yeah, but Lucas, there you go. So there's some ink.
Lucas, I really appreciate this. I'll have this right back to you. Don't worry.
I don't think the master will be using it anytime soon. He says he's reverted back to where he was before, and he's really not. Oh no, this will have to have happened a few days before. Lucas isn't aboard the ship at this point.
Okay, so
you will need to go to Gerhardt, yes, because Lucas, as you'll know if you watched the first tale, has hightailed it off with the Doctor at the only major bridge over the Hagerkrib Canal. So yes, it'll have to be Gerhardt. who will almost certainly just pass it over with some sort of...
Some kind of lecture. Yeah. I'll never write again.
So out with the penknife, cut the quill.
Yeah. His penmanship is probably atrocious.
Yeah, but
enough to be understood.
Yeah, totally. So that quill used, flop, done.
He also will write in his grimoire, and especially the second book in...
You haven't got a second book yet. You'll need to get...
But when he does get it, his other language, not Reichspiel, the Gasparini?
Gasparini, that's the Kislevite language.
Oh, why does he know that?
Gasparini. There's Ungol is the other primary language of Kislev. Gasparini is the language.
I think he just got that from a career he had earlier.
Yeah, it's because of where he lived.
Okay.
There was a lot of people around who spoke with the language.
So he'll write in that just because then if someone picks it up, the chances of them understanding
just as an aside, does he have classical? I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't have classical.
Yeah, indeed.
No.
Just making sure, because it's part of the potentials, but mostly for the senior apprentices who are just literally locked.
Yeah.
In the teaching position.
Whatever.
Yeah, totally. All right, so Ubersreik. Ubersreik is a surprising city. It's a city quite unlike what most people expect. You've been in Altdorf, and Altdorf is enormous, actually stupendously huge city. Such a large city that it has its own independent gyron flows flowing through it. The Jade College in Altdorf, near the north of the city, is almost a locus point to flows from all around. This is quite unlike Altdorf, it's much smaller to begin with. Mm-hmm. It's also much more defended, which is a little surprising because Altdorf's high white walls of Altdorf, are impressive. The high black walls of Ubersreik are, if anything, much higher and much more solid looking. I mean, thick. Mm-hmm. And what's slightly surprising is the number of houses that also poke out from above it, suggesting that there are many, many multi-tiered buildings on the inside. And you know that, if it's pressed in close humanity, also means one other thing. Slums. Mm-hmm. It suggests that there's a lot of slums in Ubersreik. As the barge makes its way over towards the big gate, which equally looks like it could be easily defended and propped up if there's an invasion, you can't help but think that this is a place that has clearly been invaded and had to defend multiple times in the past. Particularly as you pass through the gate and see that it also has large internal walls as well, many of them larger than the multi-story buildings. Blackrock's castle, which is over to your side, you've got the map there so you can get an idea of what Blackrock is. It's just to your... totally. That big, huge structure. It's enormous. A truly enormous castle. One of the largest bastions, not just in Reikland, but in the Empire. It is proper enormous. And made of, again, that same black stone. You can see why it's called Blackrock Castle. Pretty much right there in front of you. There's also further internal walls. Another entire section, a huge tower that dwarfs everything bar black rock, rising out to the front of you to the left, where at the top of which you can see a huge horn, which is presumably used to warn folks to go and do whatever they need to do, which again speaks to multiple invasions and times of concern. Over to your right-hand side.
From his military training,
yes,
he would be aware of like the multiple incursions in Ubersreik because it would have been...
Lord Warfare?
You're
right, Wizard, you must have some.
Yeah, 4 successes.
Okay, so with 4 successes, I'll give you, it's been invaded multiple times by Bretonnia. There's been 5 Paravanese wars directly with Ubersreik, and 2 of those spilled out to the Reikland as a whole. The castle itself, during the Dark Ages, was besieged so often, and was mostly impregnable, but not completely. One of the biggest greenskin incursions about 100 years ago. That swept through and sacked everything, including Blackrock. So it says something about that force. Perhaps the walls weren't as high back then. Perhaps they've been rebuilt better. Who can say for certain? But that's just 3. It has gone through multiple sieges.
Probably so much he just doesn't even remember everything.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case. Ubersreik is a center of military action. And it's not just because it happens to be in the middle of a place that armies are. It's on the one end of the Grey Lady Pass into Bretonnia. It's a primary trade route. It's also a primary river route. Navigable ships can move all the way up there. It's right beside a dwarven hold as well. And more recently, canals have bisected all of Orbigland. Canals you've just been making your way down. And they are busy, as you've noted, as you've seen themselves, as the barges are gliding past each other. And they are taking trade from Nuln, away from Altdorf, down towards Karlberg and Marienburg, meaning that they have become a primary trade route. This is a busy place.
He's not very political, but he will kind of see the appeal of Ubersreik for the Emperor. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see why it's been taken. It's what you don't really get is how it was taken.
I imagine the walls are manned.
All of them, and that's what the next important detail is. Beyond our big towers and castles, Altdorf flags everywhere. Pennants, heraldry, there's quite literally the cowled skulls of Altdorf all over the place. Hallswig Schliesten heraldry, equally all over the place. KFs, KF Rex everywhere for the Emperor. Occasionally, you'll see the blue and gold of Ubersreik. For example, by the large tower that you saw with the big horn in it, there's a few blue and gold flags hanging from that one, pennants hanging down its side. But the vast majority are very much Aldor. It's fascinating as well to see that there's also flags of Reikland all over the place, far more than you've ever seen in any town, actually, where the Reikland heraldry is often considered to be almost secondary. But here, the Reikland heraldry is put first. Reikland is quite unlike other, let's say, grand provinces in the Empire, because each one of the various states are almost entirely independent. They obviously have the Prince of Altdorf, who normally sits above them, but there is a diet that controls everything that happens in the Reikland, and they share sovereignty with the Prince of Altdorf, which means nothing happens unless both sides agree. And they never agree. All they agree is that they don't want the prince to do anything to them. So the prince, whenever he puts forward his edicts, will often fail unless they're, standard stuff like you need to pay less tax. That'll pass.
Great idea.
But equally, they can pass as many edicts as they want without the Prince of Altdorf's approval. It doesn't happen either. So it needs both of them to approve. How the hell's this even happened? I mean, you're right. He's not the most political of animals, but he's not daft. He's clever. He's a wizard. He's quite scholastic, and he can't help but look at this and go, "How? How is this taken?"
He also wonders, how the hell has Gerhard grown up so soft in a city like this?
Yeah. The next bit is there's a lot of people here. Now, obviously, there's a lot of soldiers. And in the time before this barge eventually pulls up into his jetty, he will have seen almost 100 soldiers in Altdorf colours trooping around, and small squads of 2 to 5 blue and gold watchmen squads moving around also. But there's a lot of people here. You were expecting something about the size of Bögenhafen, a relatively large town, stroke city, because it's got its own high temple. So in Reikland, that's called a city. Wouldn't be in Talabecland, but here it's called a city. And you expected it to be big-ish. Actually, pretty huge. From the impression that you got from Leopold and Gerhard, you were expecting a city of some, I don't know, maybe, you don't even know numbers. 10,000 people. Let's make up a random number. Something like that. There's obviously far more. The number of slums here is impressive. You know, because you lived in the Bright College and passed around there more than once down the East End, the slums are neck to neck, chock-a-block full of people. And there's at least one slum there, and you see another slum moving up as you move further. There's what looks like a slum over on that side as well. That one over there looks mostly, no slums over there. But each of those slums probably carry thousands. This place is actually pretty huge.
I think having been on a barge for so long, surrounded by, 10 people, maybe a bit more, I think Elric started to get a bit anxious. He doesn't like...
It's oppressive.
Yeah, that sense of just teeming crowds. So I guess once the barge stops, he's looking to escape the crowds as best he can.
Seems fair. So eventually the barge comes in. It bumps against the jetty because, sadly, Birdie doesn't quite do everything that she's supposed to do. You can see Bloodhilda at the back. I mean, it's a little bit embarrassing. This is her coming home and one donk, donk, donk. Sails down, everything put into place. boat hooks, pulling everything in. Everything gets tied up. It's already late evening. And Gerhardt and Alamena wife are going to be heading off by themselves because they think they're least likely for Gerhardt to be spotted if he travels with her, both because she's very good at moving along more rural routes, allowing him to avoid the roads, but also because she's not a known element in his life in the greater story.
And he does know from Alamena White saying it that she offers a form of protection.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. She's I walk in the path of Ladriel, there's footsteps.
All that nonsense.
All that else stuff.
Yeah.
So apparently that this has been summed up as this is probably the best way for him to go. Beyond that, Leopold will probably be heading off in the morning. We've yet to do that tale. We'll find out. Yumi's already vanished because Yumi. And Birdie will head off relatively swiftly, but in the next day to head off towards the Temple of Elrick. What is Elrick's plan?
It's late in the evening, is it?
Yes, late when you pull in.
He will ask Brutilda?
Blutilda.
Blutilda.
Blut as in blood.
Yeah.
Bloodhilda. She grew up in the River Blut.
He will ask her, so if I wanted to leave the city, what is there a curfew of when you can return? Do they keep you?
Well, they wouldn't normally, but I imagine it probably is just now. We're under occupation. Already she's turned it into we.
Yeah.
She's home.
Would I have time to leave and
I don't know,
find a wood somewhere? I saw when I was coming in, was there not somewhere up there towards the castle, some kind of wood?
She knows what the right. You want to go out the Ravenswood?
Just somewhere away from all these people.
Well, you're brave man, mate. Oh yeah, all right. Wait a minute. I mean, yeah, sure, but I would go during the day. You don't want to be caught by some sort of, I don't know, bandersnatch or something.
I mean, I don't, but I also don't rate my chances low of surviving such a thing. Maybe I'll ask a guard and just make sure that I still get back into the city.
Yeah, I'll show you where it is.
Before he goes, will he have quarters on the boat still?
There's no real quarters. It's just the under bit, which is blocked off.
But he
with
can
curtains.
sleep there.
He
doesn't need to find somewhere.
Yeah, not a problem.
Cool.
So if you just walk along the length of the type, just along the rest of. It's gonna be the easiest way to get you there. I mean, you can take the small. Yeah,
just back the way I came. No, follow.
No, it's actually going to be easier. Head up there to the bridge. Turn left. You'll be walking just about 20 paces. Then turn left again. Follow that road the entire length. It curves, it moves. It'll go into a smaller road than a bigger road. But that one at the very end will head you towards one of the small gates.
Right. Left, 20 paces, left, all the way to the end.
But if you want to definitely get out, I would probably go through a precinct, actually. Which means you'd go the same place down to the bridge.
Left, yeah.
And then you turn left at the bridge.
Right.
And you go straight up to the big gate. If that's shut, you know that everything's shut. That's probably a better way of going.
Okay.
But if that's not shut, you go through that. You'll go past the Magnus Tower. You'll see the Magnus Tower. It's the big one with the horn. Past that, keep on walking, and eventually you'll reach the North Gate. That will get you out. That's a better option.
Right, so if I get lost, just ask someone where the North Gate is.
Yeah. But you won't. I mean, it's pretty much straight to their bridge, turn, keep on walking.
Okay. Right, well, I'll be off. Best of luck.
Right. I don't think you're going to get out.
Well, at least I can find out and I'll know for tomorrow.
Yeah.
He'll just stride off.
One of the great advantages that Elrick has over everybody else is that any would-be footpad or nefarious fellow sees his uniform and goes, yeah, nah. Nah. It does put him on the receiving end of potentially a lot of abuse.
Mm-hmm.
But that abuse in a place that's militarily occupied is significantly lower. If he was passing through Altdorf, he would expect some sort of fuck off wizard from someone. And in Altdorf, they're wizard friendly.
Does he know, or had he heard, the colleges weren't involved in the taking of Ubersreik?
Not that you're aware of.
Yeah.
You're aware that you're currently in the employ yourself of the Jungfreuds.
He's not advertising that.
Yeah, quite.
He's not wearing a crest on his
but, and that is potentially going to be deeply problematic if it does turn to some form of civil war. The second that it does, the Elector Count of Altdorf will immediately call all wizards in Reikland to be not on that side, because that would then be, it means without electoral support, without an elector count saying that the Jungfraus can employ wizards, they'll have none. By the Articles of Magic, they will just be withdrawn, except for possibly friends or those who are pretending or whatever. But officially, there will be none.
Yeah, they could have like allies in Midland, for example.
Yeah, totally
separate.
But it would be better for the Jungfrauds if they could get an elector count to say, you know what, we'll support you, and yeah, we're quite happy to order wizards to go and help. You're aware that you're potentially setting up a difficult position because of that. It was highlighted to you.
Yeah.
Yes, the last
family
Tales.
were pretty cool with that.
Yeah, 100% cool with that. So, making our way through Ubersreik, we pass up towards the bridge, which is an enormous construction that builds its way across the entirety of the Teufel River. Again, the same black stone was used, and it does not look like it was built by any of the standard locals. This is almost certainly of Dwarven style and architecture. Enormously blocky.
As he goes through,
yeah,
he's kind of putting the feelers out in terms of his senses. This is a conquered people who, I guess, he's just come from Altdorf, just come from Bögenhafen. Before that, there's a high sense of, there was a high gathering of actually because people were quite upset at the civil unrest. Is he getting anything like that from these people? That'd be, is this like an easy circumstance?
Oh, yeah, quite happy.
Yeah, then
plus 20.
it is 6 successes.
Superb. After about 100, 200 paces, he's beginning to get the sense of the flows. Some soldiers pass by. They're agitated. The locals are looking at them. They're agitated. But how much of it is ingrained, actual deep felt agitation, and how much of it is just, yeah, fuck you, you're here, whatever.
Red,
but
prick.
Yeah, exactly. But they're carrying on with their business and they're drinking whatever. Turns out it's pretty deep felt by many. The locals aren't happy. The soldiers equally aren't happy. It's not just a dissatisfaction. There's anger, real anger amongst many of the locals. And you can see some of it's probably going to spill over. And probably has. There's probably fights. And as you hit pace 300, your first fight. And it's interestingly just amongst you would assume, the peasantry, the local peasantry doing the thing. And there's already a guard there, his arms folded, looking at them, saying, you should probably stop. Not actually doing anything. As one of them says something along the lines of, baff, knocking him down to the ground, along with, he's the Emperor!
Yeah.
That's something to pass.
He will, as he goes down, because he's tried this before, he will attempt to take some of the sting out of that argument.
Channeling test?
Yeah, 1 success.
That takes a little bit away, as the actually bleeds out of them, some of their anger begins to dissipate.
He'd also hope that by bringing the axe into him and lighting up the arm, that they might just see him and go,
If you wish to pass closer to them, they might immediately go, whoa! But you're equally aware they might transfer their anger to you.
Yeah, I guess I just thought he was in line of sight, but if he's not too close, then he won't.
He's close enough. Yeah. I mean, he's passing by there just about.
Yeah, he'll try not to go by discreetly then, at least.
Yeah, totally. Do yourself an intimidate test.
Ooh, it's good at this. Oh, hold on. No, there'd be 1 fail.
They carry on. They're clearly far too concerned with what they're doing.
Well, hopefully the punches won't be thrown as hard now.
Quite. As you pass by there, up ahead of you, a great arched gate that clearly has a portcullis sitting at the top. It is open though. Nobody is stopping anyone passing through. A coach is thundering through that with a heraldry on the side for its coaching house, one that you don't really know. It's got a cannon on it, big balls. Can't go wrong with the big balls. As you make your way through there and find yourself in what you were told was the precinct. The precinct is, let's just sum it up, a large military district. Ooh. It's got an actual military district. This place is a combination of barracks, the necessary housing to house officers. There's a few relatively well-to-do houses kicking around here as well. The enormous Magnus Tower, which clearly acts as a lookout and warning signal with the big horn at the top for everybody. A whole variety of smaller forts, a large temple of Elrick, which is, again, nothing more really than a bastion sitting over there. And a variety of shops, pubs, and various other things that these people are going to require for their day-to-day business as well. It's a relatively short walk, making your way through here. This place, unlike much of the rest of Ubersreik, is relatively well planned. It's clear. The streets are relatively clean. The detritus of life is not either allowed or it just doesn't happen in the same way here in that it gets cleaned up or whatever. It makes the going along here pretty easy. There's quite a lot of knights passing by, both in terms of knightly order and just mounted cavalrymen from the state armies. As you make your way past there and eventually see the big open gates ahead, they're still open. So whether there's a curfew or not, it doesn't appear that it's there at the moment.
He will still try and ask. I'm sure there's someone posted.
Do you yourself? You're going to go up to the gate and ask?
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. You don't even need to do a test for that. There's soldiers, all outdoor soldiers, with a single Ubersreik representative. Almost as if it's nominal to say that they're there. He's sitting down in a chair eating an apple. An older chap in his 50s with a big bulbous nose.
Any kind of insignia to denote rank?
For which one? The Altdorf or the Ubersreik? Well, I'd say both. Ubersreik Sergeant, and sitting at the gate itself is a bunch of troopers of Altdorf colours. The sergeant, who's from Ubersreik, sitting there saying, well, what you got to realise, he says, it's Ubersreik, it's just a fun. No, just come through, he says, as they're going on the outwards way.
Yeah.
He's like, you don't need to ask to get out. He says, it's all fine. Don't you worry about the boys here, they're my mates. He says.
They're only here because I asked them.
As he eats his
Remind
apple.
Dan,
Yes.
Elrick holds a rank
Yes,
in
he
the
does.
army. What is his rank?
Okay, so he's a wizard now. He's got an effective rank of lieutenant, which means he outranks all of these people in terms of the military. He is part of the military structure, though, which means that he is part of, currently, the Jungfreud military structure. And if you're not part of theirs, you can't give them orders or any equivalent, but you do outrank them and they're supposed to respond to you in kind.
Yeah, they would know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they'd be more than happy to provide you with whatever information you need, but obviously you can't order them to do anything.
Yeah. He will just kind of, as he walks out to leave, just to check in and say, so I just wanted to make something clear or just find out the information.
Stiffen.
No,
the chap who's sitting down is just doesn't even stand. So,
at ease, boys, at ease.
Hello, sir.
Is there a curfew to return to the city? I'm out on business.
There is, sir.
Okay.
It says, we shot at 9th bell by temple.
What kind of bell is it right now?
You
wouldn't have heard.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just ask him.
He's been walking for a good bit. Yeah, just ask him.
Yeah.
He says, we're about quarter bell away, so you got about quarter bell.
I have business outside the city tonight. I will need to return through these gates. Are you posted here for the night, or are you changing your shift soon?
I'm here all night, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I will expect to be let back in once I return.
He says, I'll need to speak to Captain. He says, give me a moment. Pops up, looks at you. Very nice. So you're a wizard, are you? Good money in that.
Well, I'm hoping there will be. Far, not really. Just a lot of killing.
Oh.
Yeah,
He shakes his head.
Bit easier doing guard duty, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm not into that, you know. I mean, the state army isn't there for killing, is it? It's there for stopping it, isn't it? Yeah.
It's definitely a perspective of what the army is there to do. My experience...
Get much taught you as a wizard?
Well,
he's a fellow.
Yeah, Elrick's face will actually darken, and any of the jovial mood that he was describing was, no.
All right, that's bad. My old wife, she's dead now. Says, she used to get a lot of taught as a soldier. Says, shame on you, shame for you, not on you.
No shame, just it's one of those things, wizard stuff.
Right. Well, as you hear, I really don't understand why I have to be pulled up on. Oh, it's a wizard. Why didn't you say so? Oh, I did, sir. Says, right. Looks at you. Hello, I'm sorry I can't tell your rank. Wizard, Magister, what are you?
Wizard.
Oh, right.
Good evening, Captain.
Good evening to you.
I have a request, and your man said that you would be the best person to put it to. But I need
Folds
to
his
be...
arms. And what sort of request?
Don't worry, you're not going to have to do anything you won't want to do. But I need to be out of the city tonight, and I will return later. Couple of bells.
There's a curfew, 9th bell.
I have heard, yes, but this business...
It's on the order of General von Dabenink. Are you on his business?
I am on not his business, but someone else's business.
I require a request from von Dabenink. I apologise. The good general has made it quite clear that no one is to pass without his order. There has been some disturbances in the city. So either you will have to wait until the morning, or alternatively, you can wait for your business until tomorrow.
Look, you and I both know there are times when orders are non-negotiable, and there are times when you just turn away for one.
I think I'm going to require a pretty impressive charm test.
Yeah.
Let's see if this one piles out. Oh, I didn't get the best roll though for his...
3 successes?
Yeah, he's only got 1 sitting on him from his orders. Look, I understand. Look, just let him through. Are you sure? I wouldn't have said it otherwise. Don't be a prick. It says, but no later than the 12th bell. Do you understand?
No, I'll be back. Don't you worry.
If we move into single figures, we will not be letting you through. Do you understand? Yeah, understand.
I'm no stranger to roughing it outside, so if I get stuck...
It is always good, says the sergeant, to help the wizards of the Empire, I'll find. I'm often helping them, so I am. He says, don't you worry, I'll get you through regardless. Whatever these good fellows say, I'll make sure they're through. Oh, do be quiet. Oh, right, yeah.
Well, good evening, gentlemen. And now we're good.
And you're out.
Nice.
Ubersreik has
The boots
nothing
off
on the outside. Most imperial cities have villages, shantytowns, farms, all sorts, but it's just open land, no trees,
clear approach.
Almost no rocks or anything else either. A slight undulation to the land only as it then slowly rises in the distance. The road snaking its way up towards, eventually, what is the south side of the Reikland forest. Up towards that side and over to, let's get the right way around, over to your left is winding paths that lead up to what appears to be from here. I think that's probably a Garden of Moor.
Mm-hmm.
Where people are interred after
he'll be
death.
seeing the sun set there, right?
Yeah,
so he'll know that's where he's going towards.
Now you're out, and you're not so inwardly focused. You can see the vista, really, of the Grey Mountains. Now, you've been passing these for days, and they have been a constant oppressive shadow to one side. But there they are with this... It's beyond a Haranto. It's a heavy brumous mist that lies around most of those peaks. And again, it's worth pointing out, these are not the Alps. The Alps are almost the Hagerkribs in terms of their heights. The Hagerkribs, which are, for the Empire's perspective, almost deemed to be foothills. These are closer, in some respects, to almost Himalayan heights. They're proper big. Warhammer World doesn't do things by halves, after all. Oh, no. Oh no!
Call that a mountain?
Exactly. That's a mountain! And a significant number of very tall peaks, with one standing out deep down to your left-hand side as you turn towards them. It rises high. You're aware the pass snakes past the biggest peak in the local area, and that's probably it there. Actually huge. Wow. With the city behind you, it's almost like you're in the countryside. You can hear the hubbub of life, but it's very easy to just... Oh, and you can feel that subtle flow of Gyron running through your feet. Interesting. Perception test.
Ooh. No, it'll be a fail.
There's subtle good flows of Gyron beneath your fleet.
I think ultimately there will be a tension of release that maybe is distracting him, but like this in the back of his shoulders, he will just have this relaxation. And he will just go towards from where he believed the ravens would. Would he have seen them coming in on the...
Well, he's seen the woods, yes.
Teufel? Yeah. So
absolutely.
He'll head towards...
It's dark. Doesn't need to be, though. You've got stabbed with fire. And you know that fire will keep most of the animals away. Indeed, your very nature will keep most of the animals
Well,
away.
we have that weird thing where he does have animal affinity,
Yes,
so
he
there's
does. But the actuary.
Yeah.
But if you can get the animals close, he's fine. Animals like him. As he makes his way through the wood, the flickering of fire passing up his staff so that he can see. It's not exactly a wild wood. This one has clearly been used for loggings and replanted, and loggings and replanted in cycles. So it's got a new feel to it, not an old feel. As you pass by the first 100 to 200 paces, however, that changes. It feels older. The trees are bigger. Trunks wider. The undergrowth both thicker and thinner, because the amount of the canopy above has completely shadowed everything that comes in. Plus, at this time of year, all of the deciduous trees are just beginning to come in anyway. It's a pretty easy going here, and it feels more alive than anything you felt in a good while. You've been trapped in winter for far too long.
Yeah. He's gonna dull the staff to remove any of the latent actuary around, and then try something he's not done in a long time, where he'll just sit on the ground, probably next to a tree or back to a tree, close his eyes and just meditate.
Lovely.
And attempt to tune into the nature that's around them. I don't want to roll for this because I want him to fail.
Love it.
Because I think he's been channeling actuary for so long and being around people that his angry nature is going to block him.
Yeah, I like that.
So it's just going to cause him fail. And I'm hoping that for the 3 hours that he has, depending on how long it took him to walk there, that he can try and overcome that and kind of have that epiphany where it's like, the more he goes down the bright path and the more he lets that actually feed his emotions, the more he loses touch with his original self.
Quite. Eyes shut, agitated.
Yeah, maybe his foot is like tapping away.
The nervous energy. It's very common for bright wizards. His mistress, for example, constantly folds her arms to ensure that she's not jiggling. Jitteriness. Dude.
Not the right word.
Jittering, then. Dude. Oh, we're such children. Not uncommon. Actually is an agitated wind by its very nature. Being surrounded here and at night time, the actually tries to find somewhere to reside. And you're the best place for it to do so. By far the best place. You are a natural repository of the bright wind. You're wearing clothing that is a natural repository of the right wind. It's possible that he might want to take off his overrobes, strip down a little bit.
Yeah, he will start to figure that out.
Yeah, yeah.
Back in the day, they wouldn't have worn much clothing.
No, often didn't. Yeah. And off it comes, that feels a bit calmer. It's hard to meditate because every time he closes his eyes, feathers, open your eyes again. You know, it was a movie, it'd be like, do, and that's not entirely dissimilar to what's going through his mind. It's the first time he's had real time to himself, and he clearly has seen things he'd rather he hadn't, that no one really should have, and they're in him. College has a lot to say on this. A lot to say. Meditation is often the way to get through it, but he remembers the lecture. Sometimes meditation is actually to the detriment of your own better nature because it gives you nothing but the thing that you have confronted, the space to dwell within the mind. It is noted that should this occur, you should do one of two things immediately. Find yourself your master or a master of the colleges, who may be able to take you through this difficult period. That's code for you might get shot in the head. Let's put that sweetly. As in, you're in trouble, son. All of the apprentices are like, yeah, I wouldn't do that. I'd never be doing that. I wouldn't be doing that either. Or alternatively, there are methods of trying to get through it where you have to visualize things that are important to you. Things that help allow your soul to free themselves from the shackles that have been impinged upon them from outside sources. It is generally advised that you consider our first partner. Something that is so antithetical, that's the word, to what is being done to you. So if it is, for example, let us say you are despairing, you should look for something that makes you happy and joyful. If you are afraid, you should look for something that makes you feel safe. Well, those lectures weren't entirely pointless, because you found yourself in exactly the situation that they described. What would Elrick like to summon to mind in an attempt to break what he feels could be the hold of a demon?
So he tries to think back to 2 times in his life.
No.
The first in the Bright College and him getting his friend his keys.
Oh, nice. The one that was heading towards perpetual
apprenticeship friend,
yeah.
His dull friend, whose name is written down somewhere and I can't recall it.
Sadly, I don't have it in front of me either.
Yeah.
It's a very important friend. We'll name that one later.
Yeah. Oh, he's fully named.
Yeah, he is.
So he thinks about that and like the camaraderie, because that's, I think, the thing that he has searched for in his journey, and he wanted to find that camaraderie. And then the second thing, he thinks of the time spent before he met the full group, but the time spent with Birdie and his dwarf friend Dara.
Oh.
And those are the kind of the grounding stones for him to kind of.
I quite like those as 2 nice pillars.
Come down, yeah.
Grab yourself a cool test.
Okay. 2 successes.
Sweet. Calm. It was funny, the first real companionship that he'd felt on his journey. Dara and Birdie, on the road. They were making their way down from Middenheim. Dara, who you later found out was a dwarven princess on the run, and got yanked back to Middenheim as the second her family found her. And Birdie, who was effectively her bodyguard at that point, then somewhat at a loss, but clearly wanting to carry on. It was a good time. You remember being up in Delbers, drinking, relaxed. There was no worries in the world at that point.
Definitely not setting fire to an inn and having to leave in a rush.
Exactly.
Because that was Birdie. It was not Elrick.
Quite. Birdie. Good times. But even better times when you consider the hellhole that is the Bright College. And the help that you received from another Grunfeld, who got you in with a host of people who needed help in turn. And you did help. You made a significant, impactful difference. The college itself was incapable of helping some of the people through their blocks, because the blocks that they were experiencing for their channeling were almost antithetical to them. They were like trying to burn their way through everything, where Elrick took a far more gentle, more flowing approach, helped them through it, and worked. It worked. He would have been a perpetual apprentice. He is not. And he can feel the tensions of anything flowing out of him even further. He thought he was much less tense when he was outside of Ubersreik. It's not until he's here in the woods that he realizes just how tense and angry he was. And it's not until an animal creeps by and his first instinct is to bark at it for interrupting him. His very first instinct is to almost burn it. And he can feel it rising. Cool test.
3 successes.
And he holds it. Who has he become? a long time ago, when he was much younger, he would sit in the center of the forest, naked, the summer sun beating down upon him, channeling Gyron, with his mistress not far behind. And the animals would come up to him. Life would grow around him, and the flow of it would be all encompassing. Now, scamper, animals run. How did you get here?
And that annoys him. It's like a perpetual.
It is, isn't it?
I want to be calm. I want to be calm.
His face goes a little bit red at the deep annoyance that he has. And if anything, it's even worse because he was put here by his family. Put there. But that's not the part that makes it worse. What makes it worse is that he is a walking, talking, illegal wizard. He is, as far as the colleges are concerned, a proper witch. He should be hunted down. Some of them might call him a hedge witch. He's not, because he's not just murmuring up spells. Nor does he come a license. Yeah, exactly. He's got a license. And indeed, he knows that almost every single wizard that enters the colleges probably channeled one or another wind before they got focused on a single one anyway. Most of them have got some sort of, got a little trick here or two. But that's quite different to him. He's fully trained in 2 winds. He's not completely trained on the Jade side, but he's got a full apprenticeship under his belt.
Yeah, and he is aware his family, at least the members that he's met, all are doing the same.
Well, all the ones that aren't in the Jade College.
Yeah. So like his, oh man, the family tree is
it's
so
a complicated
confusing.
Family tree, yes.
But like the head of the Blues, for example, he knows that he channels
Gunther Grunfeld,
Gyron, as well as
Gunther Grunfeld. You are fully aware is a fully, let's say, functioning battle station on both Celestial and Jade, doing things that the colleges say not only shouldn't be done, but are extraordinarily dangerous. The teachings of Teclis, the elf who helped found the colleges, state that this should not be done.
Now, as he's ruminating on this and going through the meditation, I'm going to throw this at you.
Oh.
He thinks back to the reason why he got sent to the Bright College.
Yes.
And he tries to remember that event, that coming of age, the horrible outburst of...
A grand moot.
Yeah.
There was the thrum of drums. There was dancing. There was almost 30 young folk, all naked, beating around an enormous single menhir that rises out from the forest clearing. Hundreds of the great families are gathered around, many of them wizards.
And he thinks when, hold on, Kiara's his mother, right?
Mother.
Who am I thinking of? The Kingmaker? Vaymar. When she tells him, in short, all that stuff I've told you, wasn't really true. And he has his outburst. He thinks, did I channel just actually that night? Or what he's thinking is, did he channel in the way that the Cabal did? It's a very traumatic memory, so I don't know if he has an answer, and that's why I'm throwing it at him, but that's going to play on his mind.
I will play to perhaps provide some extra detail, a lower magic test. Something he studied a lot of.
Yes, if it's an easy test.
He has time. He's deep in almost meditation.
Yeah, 8 successes.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's give a bit of detail here. He thinks back to that event. He was a young god, presented as the next generation of the Jade College, but not just the Jade College, because this wasn't a gathering of the Jade College. This was a gathering of the Druidic families. In particular, the Grunfelds rose in ascendance here, down in the depths of Tal's Deep, just south of Talabheim itself. It's high summer. And this is the day that he was going to be getting himself his mistress. His mistress to learn the ancient druidic arts. That's what he was hoping for. He was hoping to skip the Jade College entirely. To be one of the ones that lay deep in the forest, far away from the prying eyes of the insidious colleges of magic. Weimar, her long silvery hair, her almost mahogany flesh, all wrinkled, unsmooth, who had been effectively his mistress for the last 2 years because he was marked out for something. The Kingmaker. She had filled his head with reborn gods from ages past, and how that's what he was. A reincarnation of Lug, to walk amongst them, to bring back everything that was good. And then, just before he's stepping forward to do his thing, it's yanked out. He's drunk at this point, quite high. He's been dancing and singing. He's been with all the others. It is tantamount to an orgy in several parts of this. Food, drink, music, and his entire life is upended with a figure that he doesn't just respect, but everybody respects. She is the mother of the current. Well, she's the mother of many of the wizards in the colleges, but the current Jade College second in command is her daughter, Tochter Grunfeld, who you also met recently.
Yeah.
Pulled out. She was wrong. Look at you. You're a mess. You can't be that figure reborn. You just aren't. Good luck, son. And then there he is, attempting to display his powers before the elders of the great families. And he doesn't just flub it. Oh, no. He goes far further. His anger rises. It goes well wrong. I'm looking back from this position many years later now. It's actually almost hilarious. Because a part of him goes, I see why they sent me to the Bright College. His anger. He was drunk. That's the biggest problem he's got here. He was drunk. And really not within his own... But he was supposed to be. Gyron was meant to be flowing through him. He was in a heightened state of awareness. He could feel the spirits all around him. They were rising. Visions of enormous creatures dancing around this circle along with him. The old ways, his ancient tribe, the Belfani folk themselves, manifesting themselves within each and every one there. And he was what? An imposter? Bullshit. So if anything, he pushed harder to prove just how good he was. And that frustrated him. And his anger, and then whoosh! His tattoos flicker up on either side. Death. It would be very easy for him to accept that it was just bright magic. Very easy. Because, you know what? That would do it. A massive swelling of actually. Something that he couldn't tell his masters he'd done in the past. Because you can't really be discussing the murder of folk, but not only that, where it happened. They would quiz him, and they were really good at it. And he almost certainly would break, because he was a broken man himself. And he knew that he couldn't bring it up. He was told repeatedly, do not tell them. We will do all the talk. Young man, member of our family, clearly showing, we think he should go to the Bright College. But he knows more now. He's been taught about the theories of magic and how it works. What he did there is disturbing. It's not disturbing because it was a massive onrushing of magic, perhaps far too much that he controlled. It's disturbing because there would have been so much Gyron there. The place was awash with it. And why it's disturbing? It means he probably is best as a bright wizard. That's number one. Somehow he managed to pierce through that gyron with an enormous flow, because people burned. And it was definitely, actually. Of that, he's got no doubt. But he knows more now. The old elder on that side, he's hunched over. He'd come up from the south to see this, to see you. His name was Korobeth, as you recall. You got sent before him the day before. He was very much looking forward to you effectively prostrating yourself before all of them and bringing everything to life, to show who you were, to take the spear. He looked at you, and he had fear in his face. And you saw him, hands up, and a crackling in front as he was protecting himself. But you know more. If it had been a bright spell, there would have been a flicker of fire, possibly tinged with whatever magic he was using in front. But there wasn't. There was a crackle of blue. So your answer to your question is not, I think I might have been doing something like that. Your answer is, I think I might have been channeling multiple winds at once. Something that the colleges say is pretty much almost impossible for humans. The colleges say you just can't channel at once. You can't do that. It is a not done thing. The elves find it hard to channel multiples. What they do is they form an entirely different style of magic from the winds, not Dar, something higher, supposedly. You might have done something that they said was impossible, which lends credence to the other route that you have heard recently of, a group of wizards who said they could channel multiple winds. And perhaps you would have been a primary target if they'd known that. Perhaps you are a primary target for all you know. Fortunately, your family's been around you the entire time. Whew. Can't help but think, is there someone in the Bright College who might be aligned to them? Can't help but think it. But you've never really had anyone try to...
Why did they show up outside of Bögenhafen?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, it was out. Yeah.
It was in Bögenhafen, yeah, quite. I was outside of it, and there was definitely one there and then vanished. There's something up. Of that, there's no doubt. And looking back on your... what was, as far as you were concerned, your great failure. It's what led you to the hellhole of the Bright College, the dead, hot horror show of a college in comparison to what you were supposed to be. Looking back on it, you know who you really want to talk to? Baymar. And there's a reason. Because you can't help but feel the whole thing was staged. You can't help it. She knew you back to front. Knew you completely. And she set this up. They wanted someone in the Bright College. That much you now know. Was it set up purely for that? Or did she sense that you were so strong in the Bright Wind that eventually you were going that way anyway? It was well to break it now completely. Did she do it for good reasons, trying to be charitable? The young man in him cannot think of little more than anger about the whole event. But perhaps when one looks past the manipulation, there was reasons that were strong because his own soul may have been in danger somehow. He doesn't know enough depth of the awareness there to be certain, but she would definitely have the answer as to why chance of speaking to her anytime soon seems very, very low.
But he's not ready. He
knows.
No.
Doesn't mean that the first creeping thoughts can't slip their way in.
Yeah. I guess he'll be aware of the time and know that he'll need to make his way back, but he will mentally commit to trying to do this more, to trying to... It feels like we're going new age here, but to be in touch with himself because
Find a tree to hug.
He's not liked what he's become, and he's only realised it later. And
particularly when he's got distance to look back at how he's snapping at people. It should be a tool that he can use rather than something that he is.
Mm-hmm.
Does that seem fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. As you say, he became more menacing, but he became more menacing. It's not he can be menacing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making his way back, The hour is now much darker. The lights rising up from the city of Ubersreik. It's a funny place. So contained within its walls. So completely contained. Everywhere else he's seen cities, they spread out, but not here. So eventually goes back. Our apple-eating sergeant is nowhere to be seen. There is 3 troops on the outside sitting on chairs of the gate. There's a small gate within a gate here as well. As looks at you, says, "Sorry, curfew."
I'm well aware of the curfew.
Another one says, "No, we're allowed to let through. What's your name?"
Elrick.
He says, "Wait a minute, I'll need to call the sergeant. I don't know if he gave me a name." He says, he pops over, opens the door. "Sergeant, sergeant!" And comes out and opens up. "Yeah, you can come through." The other one goes, "Really? Yeah, you can come through."
Yeah. On captain's orders. Good evening, gentlemen.
One goes, "Wizard, wizard."
Guard.
And they're on the other side. You're back into Ubersreik. It's relatively late. Probably time to head back to the barge, sleep it off. Try to come to terms with everything that has come to pass.
He will, as he's going through, because I know you mentioned like the soldiers, there's taverns here and stuff. He will mentally again mark some of those taverns to go to, because the way he sees it, he's going to have a lot of time to kill here in Ubersreik.
Yeah.
And
you're aware
the soldiers are going to be the ones who are most comfortable around wizards. So
it's the truth. Yeah. Particularly outdoor soldiers, they're very used to fighting alongside wizards. And almost certainly a better option than one of the local pubs where they will look at you like you are, what you are.
Mm.
Yeah, quite literally what you are, a witch. And down in the barge, you're largely by yourself, contemplating everything. Gerhardt and Almenoweth have yet to go, but I think it's going to be, because they go tomorrow morning. But I think it's very much going to be a man by himself moment.
Yeah.
Keep down. Keep your own company.
Yeah. Oh, polite stuff, because he's realised maybe he's not done that. But yeah, it'll just be, there'll be a lot of wheels turning in his head.
The next day, Bloodhilda is the only one on the barge when you wake up. And this is shocking. It's not shocking because she's the only one there and everyone else appears to have left. What's shocking is you've slept in. You don't. You just don't. And when you inquire, she says, "Oh, I thought best leave you. It's 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
What? Starving.
Yeah. Right.
Waha! You're actually stunned.
Yeah. I guess I gotta go get some food.
It's fair to say that you've often had very little more than 4 hours, 5 hours of sleep at any particular time. A constant sense of tension.
Oh, just I guess from this, his sixth sense is not triggering anything for the first time in probably a long time.
Yeah, totally. It makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Relaxation. No one's trying to kill me. You feel sort of wasted, kind of out of it. Hungry, thirsty, but actually not tired.
Get used to this.
You didn't realise how tired you were. Maybe how tired you've always been. So what's the plan? Loosely.
So, 1, break his fast. He's got to go get some food. He's going to inquire in terms of a marketplace, general stuff, because he wants to buy.
Yes, there's marketplaces quite close to here. Not far away from one of the rookeries. It's actually not more than about up a bit, across a bit. There's one of the smaller open squares there where you can buy all manner of things if you wish to do so. If you're looking for anything in particular, though, gossip tests beyond that.
Yeah.
To pin that one down.
So, yeah, just the tome is the main thing he's looking for. He's also aware it's been a while. I know we've not tracked it in game, but like he will need to kind of stock up on his spell ingredients, like his standard wizard stuff.
Standard wizard stuff.
So I guess he'll be inquiring in terms of, is there a resident wizard or general shop that would do that.
So let's just do ourselves a gossip test for...
Gossip.
A lot of the things that he requires are somewhat unique, like small keys, and they require...
Dragon's tooth.
Well, that's a big one.
No, he does not do well on the gossip test.
You can reroll if you wish.
Yes, he gets 1 success.
That's enough. Okay, with 1 success, let's keep it very broad then.
Mm-hmm.
Into the military district. He's broken his fast. He's got himself a lovely bit of twisted bread with cheese wrapped through it. Ah, lovely.
How much is that going to set him back?
It's only a single pfennig. Cheap for the soldiers of the Empire. Sold by a happy little halfling with his little board sitting behind him.
Oh, nice.
Serving Altdorf.
It's not like Ubersreik crossed out.
Serving Altdorf. It is a new sign, however. And he's selling lots of cheap breads. Absolutely perfect. Get yourself some beer as well from one of the beer halls along the way. That'll cost you another couple of shillings. Still cheap. Then in there, speaking to some of the soldiers to get an idea, they recommend, if you're looking for general things, there's what they refer to as, not as unquotes, mate. It's just the next one along. You're best going back out and then going up. You're, as to wizards, no idea. Asking someone else, there's a gold in the employ of the general. He's living up castle. Know that. Only know that because fat bastard came down and gave me orders I wasn't interested in. Stand that in comparison to another soldier. She's down. I wouldn't bother with any of them, she says, clearly given a commission. The Bögenhafen are up in the, what's it called, Blackrock Castle? He's not going to be very interested in talking to anyone. He's somewhat of an Epicurean. He's most commonly found in the south of the city, actually eating from dinery to dinery, finding his bed. It doesn't stop that man. He most commonly orders everybody, whether it's ordering food or ordering men. He's just as exacting. He doesn't have time for anyone. However, there is, curiously, the Wizard's Way over in the Artisans' Quarter. I hear that there's a local wizard of some sort there. You might find that, Lieutenant.
No.
Very rare to have somebody refer to you as a lieutenant. It's a nominal rank. It's almost a courtesy rank. It's not your real rank. Your rank is Wizard or then Magister if you ever reach that heady height.
No, I appreciate it. I think I'm heading to the Artisan Quarter anyway, so I'll check in. Did you get a name for the local fella?
Oh, no idea.
No.
My name's Alessandra, by the way.
Alessandra Elrick.
Lieutenant Alessandra.
Oh, I am.
In Altdorf colours. Have your ball this evening? Do find me out over by the Altdorf barracks. And she tips you away.
He is an attractive little bugger.
He is, isn't he? That's a good way to get information.
I have been spending my time there, so I'll come seek you.
She says, good, because the locals are backward.
No, I didn't.
Plus, you have a lovely accent.
I've also instantly forgotten her name.
Alessandra.
Alessandra. I'm just going to write that down. Perfect.
Judging by, because she's in uniform, judging by her rank, she's obviously a lieutenant, but a second lieutenant, you'd guess of a detachment, probably, given what she's armed with, of swordsmen. The detachments generally work beside the main regiments of any of them, the main units of any of the regiments, and act in supporting roles. Second lieutenants generally slightly lower rank than the wizards.
And she's probably noble.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
To get a commission in the army, you almost always have to be noble. And not always. There are routes through in a variety of ways.
But you probably die horribly before you get to that part.
And there's all manner of field promotions that can sometimes occur, particularly during times of war. But the vast majority of them are lesser nobility. Nobles who, for one reason or another, are never going to be inheriting. So a commission is bought and away they go. The better commissions are generally deemed to be in the Navy, but the Imperial Navy is really bad. It doesn't really go to sea. The reason it's better commissions is because you can take prizes.
Oh, yeah.
That turns into...
Such as we took a barge.
Yeah, indeed. That turns into spoils of war, and all of the nobles will be pairing up spoils of war that manage to be captured for any particular campaign they're on. But most of the campaigns that the Empire has waged of late have had very little in the way of useful spoils of war. It's not like they've been attacking Bretonia or even civil issues where they can just romp over a couple of towns and villages, get spoils of war, and come out rich. The army is not necessarily the most profitable place at the moment. And officers get bored. So, a little bit of information. For things being made, little keys, perhaps you can go into a metalsmith's, for example, commission yourself a bunch of small brass keys. That gets you those ingredients down. For any other like brass or metal bits and pieces, you can just go in, do small commissions. Quite common for this to be the case in Altdorf. They have entire banks of artisans who are providing all of these small things, and they often just have a drawer of them waiting for particular wizards asking for particular things. Quite far from that down in Ubersreik.
I mean, he'll check out the artisan quarters, be as kind as he can to people for commissions, offer to work as well, in terms of, quid pro quo.
That's the one. Quid pro quo.
Quid for something.
Quid pro quo.
Yeah.
Raven, bird, corvid,
one on
magpie.
each shoulder. And generally, and then while he's in the artisan quarter, because that's where he will have come across, I'm assuming there's like street signs or...
Yeah, there is.
something.
They're pretty decent too.
Yeah.
The main route through the artisan's quarter, as he quickly realizes, is the Wizard's Way.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for.
It's not the widest street in the world, but it is a main thoroughfare. And the street is wide enough that the buildings to either side don't quite meet above, meaning that some natural sunlight even manages to reach the bottom. It's not quite wide enough that the two coaches can pass, and there appears to be some form of loose one-way system in place in that coaches come in and peel off, but none of them are coming down the other way. Oh, it turns out that's not true. Not there for more than 3/4 of a bell, and already the first one's bullying its way down with a call of, "My way, you back off, my way." People moaning and groaning, someone throws a tomato. It's a busy street, and it does have all manner of artisans offering wares of various types. They're all, every single last one of them, bearing underneath them small coats of arms for the various guilds that they may either represent or be a part of. And you have both the clearly far more impressive buildings for the large artisan shops, and the smaller ones as well, which may be either cheaper or more expensive. They might have specializations. But in terms of loosely getting what you want, we'll do a quick availability roll. I will roll that there. Spell ingredients. Plus, you're asking for, it's mostly for your simple spells. Do you have any particularly difficult ingredients to grab hold of that you'd like?
1 second.
Okay, while I'm figuring that, as you're looking that up, I'll quickly continue. Well, you've got it right there, actually.
Yeah.
Noticing it.
Oh yeah, it won't be long at all. I'm just looking, because the most one he's casting these days is Fireball. So I just need sulfur.
Yeah, sulfur. That's any old apothecary will probably have something like that.
And then
there's not really chemists per se, but an apothecary might have something that'll help.
Yeah. He ideally would like a dragon tooth, but that's...
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Can we reckon that he would have got some in the Bright College because they have to be infused with a rune?
He can do the infusing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he can do that particular part. And the odds are almost certainly no, sadly.
No worries.
A very rare one.
Yeah, actually, the other spell that he mainly looks at is a burning torch, which I'm assuming his staff would always count for that anyway. So yeah, that's kind of the main thing. So actually nothing too specialized really that he needs.
Excellent.
Yeah. Cloth, lump of molten iron.
All easily popped up bits. Okay, so loosely speaking, as I recall, each one comes with a cost of, what is this, like I think it's a silver shilling per casting number, or it's a pfennig per casting number for the petty ones.
Okay.
If there's any that you want to particularly pull out. Now, that doesn't necessarily just mean that that's how much the individual item would cost. It's often because you need one that has the correct feel, that actually does the job. You have to pay people to get to people. It's just a quick code for pulling it out. So you can pick up as many or as little as you want, because none of those sound particularly onerous. Yeah. And Ubersreik is a big city where everything will be available. You can do himself a good bit of afternoon shopping.
Yeah, and he'll be trying to, because he's in the artisan quarter, he'll be trying to schmooze you up with the shopkeepers as well. Understand who is the wizard in the area. Are they often selling?
Let's cover this in threefold. First, general. Generally speaking, what I just said, you can cover up exactly what you get and spend your money at your own time. Let's not do it just now, because we'll just be sat here for ages counting coins. So that's easy. Gossip test for the next part. No, clearly they don't like the idea of a big, a medium-sized scary wizard. Small, scary wizard doing a scary wizard thing. So that doesn't go down so well. Followed by the looser information. The Wizard's Way itself wends its way through the artisan's quarter, and he's making his way up. He stops for a dinner at one point. It's beginning to get a little bit darker. He makes his way forward until eventually he arrives at the far end of the Wizard's Way. So far, nobody's really talking about whatever wizard may or may not be here, and whether the Wizard's Way is even named for it or not. But it's pretty easy to tell that as you hit the end of the Wizard's Way that possibly there is one, because of the Telltale Tower. It's a classic. Wizards love their towers. It separates them from life, and life carries a melange of winds spinning through each other. There's anger, and there's passion, and there's fear, there's hatreds, there's love, there's needs, there's grief and loss, and each of those gather sporadic pieces. You can separate that and create an environment that draws just a single wind. So towers are quite common for wizards. Some wizards require them. The Celestial College, in particular, uses towers for great effect. But you're not one of those, so we don't have to worry about that. This one is a rather shabby version of what a tower may be, but it does rise up from behind the buildings that are in the end of the square. And it goes up for a good 100 paces up into the sky. The top of which is far thicker and clumpier than the bottom, almost like the house is at the top, and the rest of it is just there for the sake of keeping that house up there. Also at the end is a shop that you've been looking forward to arriving at, because you'd heard about it all the way down, and you've yet to pick up any sulphur. Sulphur not being, sadly, anything that either people are willing to part with, or alternatively that you found. An apothecary, always useful. You can tell it's an apothecary because of all the bundles of herbs that are hanging down from the outside, and the old mortar and pestle sign that's hanging as well. The square itself is busy, cobbled, and if you ever play Vermintide, part of a main mission. Can't go wrong with that one. Thanks, Vermintide people. But arches on one side, a gateway through to the others, big pennants hanging down against one of the walls over on that side, which make it look like you might not be able to get to that tower from here, which is interesting in and of itself. A few side streets off to either side, that's useful. You can't help but take a moment to go, how do I get up there? So the pennants are obviously Altdorf. As in inhabitants, bunch of kids. There's a halfling striding across there. Big belly, little pointy hat on, making his way across. There's a couple of, let's just refer to them as dodgy fellows. It's the easiest way to refer to anyone who malingers inside one of the alleyways. One of them is looking over towards the apothecary, a younger woman, you guess, probably younger than you. And the other one much older, mid-30s. Kids are playing in the middle as well. One of them has got a hoop and a stick.
Oh. Yeah, if he can't see a way to get into
but you can't
the tower, yeah, he knows. He's thinking, obviously, sulfur, but also Gerhard wants to be a doctor. He's probably not going to buy any of the stuff he needs to be a doctor. So perhaps pick up some things in an apothecary.
Yeah, why not? The smells. The smells. Redolent with so many herby, alien smells. Many of these she just doesn't know. An undertone of, possibly good sign, an undertone of rotten egg and sulphur perhaps. Yeah, an undertone of not just that though, there's an acrid edge, there's a little bit of everything. Lots of floral scents coming from the bundles above, But you realise that the bundles above are not just there to demonstrate this is an apothecary. It's also there to try and cover some of the other smells that are presumably coming from within. On the inside, you can hear the bubble as various pots are bubbling away over a distant stove on the other side. There are, on all sides, bundles of herbs of different types hanging. A large counter across one edge, and over on the opposite side, drawers aplenty, and each one marked with a very careful script as to what it contains. Many words you have never encountered before. There is, fortunately, someone here. She is over at the far side of the shop, beside all the bubbling pots, going down to the fire, checking each one in turn. As she turns around and sees you on the dingle of the bell, smiles and says, "Hello?"
Evening, mistress.
She looks at you. We don't normally see your kind here.
As in...
Wizards like you. I mean, we do get wizards passing through every once in a while. Last one was maybe 3 years ago, but not. Are you looking for information?
Amongst other things, I am in need of some ingredients as well, but information is always welcome.
Oh, so not something specific?
Well, I mean, who lives in the tower?
She looks up in the direction where it would be through. Oh, she smiles. That's Christoph. Yeah.
Christoph. And I'm assuming he's a wizard?
Yeah, he is. He drops by every once in a while.
What, well, it's probably obvious to someone like you that I'm from the Bright College. Do you know what college he's from?
I do. Grey College.
The Grey College. Okay. Any other Grey Magisters often appear or visit?
Well, while you're asking, is there anything you're looking for in particular?
For me, just now, I'm looking for some sulphur. And I have a companion, well, an employer really, who is learning the trade of a doctor. So he's one. I was wondering, was there anything that you would recommend that he just has as an essential?
Right, well, that's interesting. We do have loose kits that a lot of the doctors buy for out in the field. Popular amongst the bone saws, in the state army. Basic pills, salves, potions and lotions.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit more refined than probably a bone saw. Would there be...
Yeah, well, she says, well, I'll be honest, I don't have a lot of time with someone I'm off to meet. So might be better coming back at another time, although when she goes to the window and looks out, I'm not entirely sure I want to go anyway.
What's going on out there?
Oh, just a couple of dodgy people, and I don't like the way they've been looking at my shop.
Is it a common thing?
No, not at all. It's just I'm off to meet a friend, and I just don't like it when people are hanging around my shop looking at me when I'm off to meet someone, I always picture a teeth in here, Jay.
Well,
anyway, I'll show you what we have. And she pops over, pulls out a drawer, pulls out a box. Right, we have these, drops it down on the table. These ain't cheap, though. This one here is a crown and 3 shillings. She says, it is, however, and it slides open as it slides back on its hinges and opens up a whole bunch of small compartments. All manner of little pills. It's got a lot of space. Here you got your bandages, and there's your scissors for cutting them. Here as well, we've got ourselves a variety of blades and scalpels, and here we've got a small saw. And takes you through the entirety of what is a particularly impressive looking little kit.
Will he have seen Anita's stuff?
It doesn't look entirely dissimilar to this at all. In fact, this is the sort of thing you'd expect to find in, say, for example, a medicinal environment, perhaps with one of the physician's guilds. Mm-hmm. She says, yeah, I'll sell these on behalf of the guild. She says, they don't have a license to sell them, something that a previous lord put in place. You can only sell certain things in certain types of shops, but as an apothecary, I'm allowed to sell everything all at once. So I'll do all the sales on behalf of the guild. They bring everything to here, and then Pops it down. That's a nice one, but we do have better if you're interested.
How could it be better? What would there be that's different?
He says, well, this one here, she says, this one's actually made for the Guildmaster. It says specifications. 3 of them were made. He says, we sold 1 of them. Obviously, 1 to the Guildmaster. This is the last one we have left. And it's not that dissimilar in terms of the size. The difference is that, by the gods, it's pretty.
Imagine it's engraved.
It really is. Yeah. Absolutely. The symbol of Shallya on the top of it as well. Down the either side, the imperial crosses. On the front, 2 griffins with the symbol of Shallya and a teardrop in the middle of that as well. Doves fly around the back of it. And as she pushes it back, lifts it, and then all the drawers slide out, all the doves fly up round the edges. It's inlaid with gold and silver. She says, this one, however, is... Well, this one's not cheap. This one's 4 gold crowns.
4 gold crowns. I mean, I'm sure my lord would prefer that one. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself, and I never asked for your name, but I'm Elrick Grunfeld. Who are you?
She smiles. Her eyes narrow slightly. Cordelia, Veslinga.
Sorry, Veslinga?
Veslinga, yeah.
From the old country?
Well, not exactly, no.
Well, the name is.
She says, Reiklander, I suppose.
Is it?
So your awareness of the Veslingas, one of the great families incorporated the Veslingas because of the colleges of magic. The Veslinga family had strong jade undercurrents and new blood. It got incorporated directly into it's actually the Grunfelds. It's your family. He said, suddenly realizing the Grunfelds and the Veslingas and the Grunfelds. It's been like a small subsidiary family of the Grunfelds for some time, almost 150 years. In the greater scheme of the Grunfeld family, I mean, the Gruns go all the way back. Subsidiary family. So, I mean, might not be related, but she is running an apothecary.
Yeah. So, having heard that name, can he expand his senses out and see is there anything bubbling away, so to speak?
He has the talent to check if someone's capable of casting spells.
But more so. Really? In terms of if there's
magic?
But is there high levels around, as if someone were to be channeling?
There's quite a bit of Gyron in here, but that's not entirely surprising given what's in here.
Yeah.
So I'll happily put him on the evidence is not contrary to his suspicions.
Does she find him attractive?
Yeah. I mean, he's a pretty boy.
Yeah.
She's in her middle years now. You'd guess maybe 40s. Her hair has a lot of silver running through it. Yeah, definitely. And she looks at you. Oh, she sees you just judging her almost with your eyes.
It's just I've come so far from home and I meet potentially someone who is attached to my family.
Oh, I don't know about that, she says. All right. How about we take this, she puts the box away, in a completely different... I've got someone I need to meet, yeah?
Oh, yeah, and
I'd like to meet him. And you are distinctive. Could you, by any chance, just go out there and get in their face and I'll slip out?
Or would you not like me to accompany you and drive them away?
Follow me.
Okay.
I don't want them following me. If you stop them following me, I'm out. Gone. I'll be back here tomorrow. He says, I just don't want to miss him. He won't stay in town. Not with all this.
Yeah. I've been trying not to act like that, but I can do that. I can take care.
Excellent. It's very good to meet you, Elrick. She says, very good.
Likewise, I'll be back tomorrow.
Very good. All right. She says, you go out first. I'll wait for about 100 heartbeats, and then I'll slip out. So you've got about 100 heartbeats to get in their face and, make it difficult for them to come after me. All right, this is good. This is good. I'm going to make... Yeah, all right. No, I was getting a bit panicked about them. She says, great.
Cool. Elrick will walk out. There's 2 people watching it, wasn't there?
As you go out, one looks up, the fellow, and looks back down again, says something to the younger girl.
Yeah. So there's just one adult.
I mean, she's not a child. She's maybe 16, 17. Okay. I mean, but she's a child, but she's not a child.
So Elrick will approach the man, not even being discreet about it. He'll walk
straight
right
across the square. The kids scatter out beside to either way. You leave them in your wake as you make your way over. He looks at you coming, backs a step away into the alley a little bit, backs another one, nudges her, who looks up, sees you coming. She smiles. Oh, and then sees your clothing and what it actually is, then looks somewhat shocked as you get closer to the other. He, as you get close, you can see the butts of 2 pistols sticking out from, it's not really a waistcoat, but it's most certainly a coat that is covering a similar area to that. Big sleeves and his hat as he looks at you and he says, what do you want?
I'm going to make this very simple. I'm trying to be a better person. I'm trying not to be angry. I just need you to fuck off.
And he looks at you, he says, I don't have time for this, I'm sorry, mate.
So then go. If you've not got time...
No, I've got things I have to do.
Such as stand and stare at an apothecary?
He looks over at the apothecary, looks at you. No, I'm chasing a bounty.
On?
A witch. Actually. A witch hunter, I suppose.
What? So, wait, you're a witch hunter? Or you're chasing a witch hunter?
Yeah, chasing a witch hunter, at least that's what she thinks she is. As she says, no, he's definitely a witch hunter. We're gonna chase him down and get all of the money. We're official bounty hunters. We have actually... Shut up. All right.
Is it really familiar, these people?
Nope.
No, didn't he meet, not these people, but a similar...
Maybe.
Okay, if he gets a sense that they're not going to turn away, he'll just put his hand on his chest and just push him down
come
into
on,
the
mate.
alley.
He says, look, I'll pull it out as you push him into the alley. Yeah. Fuck, look. He pulls out and unrolls parchment. A pretty poor rendition of anybody. Sits central on that. And wanted, and you can see the name in handwritten. Hannah something. You can't quite read the second part. It's a bit of a mess. She is apparently wanted as very dangerous, well, nicely spelled, witch hunter, murdered witches. Interesting. Yeah. And 10 gold crowns. 10 gold crowns is a bounty. That is quite a chunk. Yeah. As he's like, she's been hanging around here.
Well, I mean, of course, that if she's running a shop, she's going to have to open for business.
No, the witch hunter's after her.
Right, so you're thinking that someone's going to show up to go for her. You're going to go for the person.
She's been here like 2 nights in a row. We reckon we just wait, grab her.
Out of character, I'm really confused. So they're... and Elrick is confused too, but I just want to get Dan's head straight. So they're hunting a witch hunter, but the bounty that they've shown is for that witch hunter. So it's clearly not who I've just spoken to.
Yes,
but
correct.
They think that she's basically bait.
That's what she thinks. I think that's a good assumption.
What putting towards. Okay, so Elrick, how much time does he think has passed?
It's
enough.
Yeah, she's probably moved.
Yeah. He'll just push. He'll push once more, and then he'll back. No, he'll just turn his back and he'll walk out.
Walk out.
Yeah.
Apothecary before you. Kids running around.
Yeah. Good luck with your hunt. and then he'll go back to. It's late evening.
Yes, it's late evening.
Yeah, he's going to the barracks.
As you make your way off, and he says, the witch hunter comes after you. Says, "You ain't seen her, have you?"
No.
But there's a witch hunter after her. She's a witch. He's gonna kill her.
I've not seen anyone.
She's gonna kill her. Says the Lord. She's gonna kill her.
Unfortunately, witches are illegal in the Empire, so
The apothecary will be killed.
if she's a witch.
No, she's a murderer. She just chases ones she thinks are witches. Oh, you're heartless, he says
I'm
as he
not
goes
heartless,
on.
I'm one man.
You're heartless. As he looks around. Which way do you think it went? And she goes, I don't know. And they look confused. He pauses.
He's going to wait. But I mean, he's not very good at this, but try and remain hidden to observe them observing the apothecary.
They're no longer observing their apothecary. The apothecary's shut.
Yeah.
They're going around, they're currently asking the kids, do you see which way she went? Do yourself a stealth check. I'm super stealthy. They're not paying that much attention.
Yeah, I mean, he's good in the woods.
This will be stealth urban, obviously.
So yeah, he's got
he's done.
0 successes.
I mean, that's a success. They're
success.
not looking out for him, so as long as he passes, it's fine. It's not contested. There. Look, which way did it go? We can't lose another one. She goes, shut. I'll talk to the kids. Runs over. Did you see? Excuse me. Yeah. Did you? Oh, you've been there. Speaking to urchins, never a good start. You can almost see the coins that are going to bleed from this poor person. Oh, no, listen, son, she says, we're looking for a nice lady who works over there. Did you see which way she went? I can't remember. Another one says, remember, you can't remember. Not until we give you money. Oh, he's on it. I can't remember. Says, all right, here. Goes, yeah, they went down that one. She would be in something.
Something.
And she goes, what? As the man comes in, picks up the kid. Was it being followed? Oh yeah! Fuck! And the pair of them go running off. Fuck! Come on! Oh right.
Yeah,
she goes after.
Follow as best he can.
Are you following and trying to stay quiet, or are you just following regardless?
I think the sense he gets from them, if they're like, fuck, go, then he probably doesn't have to be too stealthy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does he need to track them at all?
I was just rolling to see how well they'll pay attention. 99.
Nice.
They are clearly
no more rolls. Everything I do from this point on.
You can sit there doing
successful.
A happy dance, throwing fireballs, and they're
Elrick
like,
is
who's throwing
fireballs?
As they go running off, looking left and right, they clearly have no idea which direction they're supposed to be going in. You do have a point. You could potentially track. I mean,
again, outdoor
muddy.
more so.
Yeah, it's muddy and it's filled with yuck, but there's all manner of footprints going around down here. You'd be looking for a recent one that they hadn't destroyed. I mean, there's a chance that you'd catch something that they don't. I mean, but you can get
There's also a highly chance that you could just pick up on any footprints.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's the joys of rolling a test and seeing how it turns out. Failed?
No. That's actually a crit.
Ooh! I was going to say there's no chance you're critting it. Roll again just so we can get how many successes.
So there's 3 on the crit, so it's a 33.
Bloody hell. Unexpected.
No successes.
So 3 successes and a crit. Superb. Yeah. So they go rumbling along the side route, go past a couple of side alleys, are looking left and right, and somewhat confused. No, and they go running further ahead. As you're picking along afterwards, they are really not paying attention to what's going on behind them. It's relatively dark down this side alley. You can quite clearly see, impressed deeply into the mud, a set of footprints that have come directly from the line of Cordelia's shop. That could be her. As you pass by that, and you see that it arcs down one of the side passageways. That it could be her turns into most likely is her when you spot. It's not a big thing, but her skirts They had a whole variety of different bits of seed and herb that had dropped from the ceiling at various points and had gathered, and there's just sprinkling of seeds here and there along the way. I mean, if you hadn't got down and looked at it, you'd have never have spotted it because it got churned into the mud in places. But some of them are just sitting on the top. Yeah, she went that way, and they've headed off in entirely the wrong direction.
And is he getting a sense of footprints that are following hers?
Crit. So the answer is thump, thump, thump. Yes.
Would he be able to determine male or female?
No,
Foot's a foot,
not from,
right?
Yeah, footprint's a footprint, sadly. But we can determine size, and it's relatively large. So
heavier than...
Yeah. She's relatively light-footed, where the pursuing footsteps most certainly are not.
Mm-hmm. He will continue to follow, trying to avoid the two idiots.
It's a crit, so I'm quite happy for him to actually follow and do a pretty damn good job at it as well. Occasional stop, checking down at the ground, checking where the seeds go. Definitely turned that corner. Almost messed up, went by that one there. Somebody says, excuse me, what are you doing? Ignore him. Carry on. Other people looking at you curiously. There's a wizard clearly doing wizard business. It's probably a spell. As you make your way along, get out of Ubersreik! Until eventually you pass open, damn it, an open roadway which is cobbled, but you've got something that you're specifically looking for. It takes you a little bit of time, but eventually you find yourself some more, and then find a whole bunch down one of the side streets. Realize next time, ignore the road, just go to all the side streets and check them to see if any of them show any signs. You follow this route for a good 45 minutes. Some distance that's being followed until eventually you find yourself not far away from the docks. Ramshackle pile of a building which sort of leans in different directions in each one of the floors. A bed is its only sign to suggest what it might be. You're guessing some sort of flop house or equivalent. Down at the bottom, there's a single door, a window which is barred and also half covered with shutters, one of which is broken. And it's a relatively seedy place, but this is almost certainly where it's gone because you followed the seedy route. Hey. And she's gone in there, and you think possibly the other has as well?
And there's no sign of the original hunters. They've not happened upon it. Any windows?
Just one, barred, half boarded up on the side. There is, let's say, a glimmering through the grime. You can smell the damp. The mushrooms give away more of the damp than the smell, though.
He'll approach the building and just try and listen, ear to the door, see if he can hear any commotion.
So, before you decide whether you want to be putting your ear up to a door, let's position the building and its surroundings. It's on a relatively busy street. There's no obvious way to hide. You will be spotted by others, which you might not care about, but it's worth making sure that you do know. It's slightly further away from another main street that's going there, and there's horses and carriages making their way down that one. So you're off the main beaten track, but you're very likely to be spotted looking relatively dodgy. But you're in the sort of part of Dock Town that it wouldn't surprise you if there's dodgy folks around anyway.
Yeah. Any, again, waifs, any kids floating about?
Here? No.
No.
It's just folks going about
just
their business.
People.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to have the confidence in terms of if people are just going to assume he's doing wizard stuff. This is important, so he's going to fortune point it. Does he have? Is it an easier test?
Yeah, the stress is low.
He actually just rolls bang on to get 6 successes.
Perfect. Then with 6 successes, you can hear a muffled and a more heavier scrape and a thump.
Any outside-facing lock on this door?
There's a keyhole.
Yeah. I'm going to try, or Elrick's going to try and push it.
Yeah, door opens.
Nice.
From upstairs, you hear a thump thump. There's a woman, an older woman, sitting behind a counter. Looks up at you and says, "Rooms are cheap, love." Says, "You got a woman with you?"
No,
Man,
it's just...
Someone else.
Just me.
Well, each to your own.
Yeah.
He says,
It's good to
"Drop
have a
into
hobby.
an hour." He says, she says, pardon me, upstairs you hear another bump and then a scream.
Who...
Oh, someone's enjoying themselves.
This could be very important. Who has just come in here?
Says,
And did they come in together?
Big lady with an hat.
Right. And before that, small lady, silver hair?
Yeah. Another scream.
Right.
They might be too late.
He's just going to run up.
Up the stairs you go.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. At the top of the stairs, there's another set of stairs.
Elrick doesn't do cardio.
Bum, 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 bum. Ba, 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 ba. And there, pistol drawn to the head of our silvery-haired apothecary, who's got a big slice out of her cheek, an eye already bruised, a door half open, and a man on the other side looking like so, as she, with pistol like so, says, "Well, you're a witch!"
Without breaking stride, Elrick's just going to scream something out loud, doesn't matter what it is, and he's just going to attempt to tackle the person with the gun.
Charge!
Yeah.
Love it! Do yourself a brawl test.
Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So 3 successes.
3 successes. I do not get to a post because I failed my perception test. So much for that talent. As you wallop into her back, goes off. I'm going to try, however, to get my ballistic skill test off before we go. I have failed by 2%, so it goes bang right by her ear. She falls down, clutching to her ears, screaming as the shot fires off, slices through her hair, causing a splash of blood to hit the opposite damp wall. The chap who's on the other side looks out and says, "Oh, Haletha bless us all." Looks terrified as you slam her in. She twists round and tries to push you out. Contested strength test.
4 successes.
7. As she hefts you off, pushes to the side, growls in your direction, sees you for what you are. "You're all in it together!" she calls as she struggles for another pistol. However, interaction first.
Yeah, we'll attempt to grab her wrist. That's going for the pistol.
Yep.
And just to try and sedate her, not sedate her.
Yeah. That's okay. I get exactly what you mean. Do yourself a brawl test as she tries to just roll out the way so she shoot you in the face.
He doesn't have advantage because he's just lost that strength test, hasn't he?
Yes, that's correct. And I do have advantage.
He'll spend another fortune point then. Yeah, so it's 0 successes.
0 successes. I still win. As you go for it, almost get a handle on her pistol as she lets it loose at close range. She's unlikely to miss.
Now,
she
by any
doesn't.
chance, does she have disadvantage? If you have disadvantage, thing because she's deafened from the gun blast?
It's the other girl who got deafened.
I thought they went shooting.
Went shooting by the silver-haired girl who's currently on her back, bleeding slightly from multiple wounds now, and a mighty 14 wounds. To your 64, so that's down by your leg.
Body.
No, we're still on her body, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, as the shot goes in, I trust that doesn't take you below 0.
No. So that's 14 wounds minus my armor minus my toughness.
Yeah.
So that's actually only 9 wounds.
Okay, superb. So that doesn't penetrate. Well, instead, what it does is it slices across your uniform. You're going to have to stitch that up.
Yeah.
Across the edge of your rib, causing bleeding and little more. She growls, still sitting on her bum because you knocked her down to the ground and you're sort of reaching for her, and pulls out a rapier. Relatively short one.
Yeah.
Okay, and just stabs in your direction. It's loosely, though. It's not very good. You've got the action, though. What's your plan?
Elrick's going to use his staff, because I think it'll be easier to knock her out with the staff than it would be with the flat of his blade.
Are you going to get up before you do that? Or are you going to stay down on the ground?
He's going to get up. He's going to get up, yeah.
That'll give you automatic advantage because she's currently down, hasn't used a move to stand up.
And he's going to attempt to just bop her.
Okay, baff! Love it. She will attempt to parry that aside. I have 1 success.
5 successes.
Okay, so you win by 4. How much damage you do?
And I'm trying to do non-lethally, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's called pull your blows.
Pull my blows,
It just means you don't do critical hits and you can choose.
So that will be 12 wounds.
And where did you hit, by the way?
I hit the 85.
Okay, so she's it makes sense because she's kicking at you with her blade like that. You jab down, hit hard in her thigh, causing her to growl. She tries to get to her feet. I'm going to do a test for that though because she's engaged. Manages. I will now try to hit you. I've only got a single success as she slashes forward with her blade.
I have 7 successes.
Oh, you easily push that blade aside, putting yourself in a good place. You have advantage, obviously, for your turn. Behind, Cordelia, who's bleeding, pulls back into the other room. The one in the other room goes. Can I have a perception test from you, please? No. Nope, good to know. What are you doing?
She's still kicking.
Yeah, totally.
So
she's up on her feet now. She's not just kicking, she's trying to stab you.
Trying to knock
run
her
you
out.
through. Excellent. Whack, whack, whack.
5 successes again.
Superb. I have 0. So that's rubbish.
Into the bodies, that'd be 13 wounds.
Ow! Ow! Doof! She's winded and she goes, oof! Looks at you, snarls, and then backs off for hers. And completely fails it. You managed to hold her in place. The joys of advance. She tried to get away, so did she go presumably off someone else? Or just run? Didn't happen. As you cut her up, you can whack her again if you wish.
2 successes.
2 successes. I have 5 this time, so advantage
so she avoids
me.
It, yeah.
Okay, as now decision. She's got advantage. Is she going to try and twist that round? Yeah, she's going to spin round and she's going to try and run Cordelia through. She'll spend her advantage to
Does she have to... She breaks away from you.
Yeah. And crits. Ouch. That's +4 crit. She will slice it right into her side. Bites through her dress into her breast, slicing it in 2 there. And right into her lib where the blade stops hitting the bone and then bars off an angle and she yanks back. Cordelia screams. As she collapses, the man behind swoons. Help me, hence how. As he collapses to the ground, so much blood and all the rest of it, the woman laughs, who just done the stabbing, and pulls back for a second blow, but it's not that. Meanwhile, downstairs, movements. Bum, 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 bum. As a large fellow arrives at the top of the stairs, looks around, and tries to take some sort of sense of what's going on here. We have you, someone laughing and stabbing like mad, someone down on the ground, you with your staff out. I mean, you could be on her side. I'm going to do an intelligence test to decide what he thinks is happening. Well, he's not bright. He's going for you. As he goes, oi! And just runs, and much like you, goes for a flying tackle. Right. You have a talent that allows you to be away. You've got 6 sense, you've got a perception test, please.
And nose for trouble, technically, as well.
Yeah, if you see but you still get the test, so yeah, that's fine.
What am I testing?
Your perception.
Perception. Crit.
Superb! Yeah, you're totally fine. You can spin round and deal with that with ease. I will also let you have advantage because you've got the crit.
Nice.
Okay, so when he does his brawl test... I thought that was a crit. Really thought I got you there.
I have 3 successes.
I have 4. As this big meaty...
Wait, I've got my staff out, right?
Yes, you do. Defensive.
So, +1, yeah.
Yes!
Yeah.
As he comes forward and you bash. He's like, trying to get over your staff. Can't
what does he
quite
look like?
manage it. A big, burly bloke. It'd be fair to say he looks like half of the bouncers you've seen in your life. It looks like somebody's come up from maybe sent up.
Not watch, not army.
No, but I'll let you do a perception test to see if you notice anything of note.
Crit would have... have that?
Oh, you did crit. I think that's fair. He has an earring which flashes in the light. You can see he has a small anchor on it. And sitting by his side is a couple of boat hooks. You reckon he's something to do with the docks.
Yeah.
And possibly, maybe even a guildsman or equivalent.
All right. Elrick will having fended off the attack. Not me, you fool! Not me! The one with the gun and the one with the fucking sword!
As she tries to lash out into that room. Oh, and rolls 1 off her weapon skill. She has a good weapon skill. So she slashes down. Clearly her glee has got in the way. She hears the call of me, not me, looks back. I'm going to do an intelligence test for her. She's passed. All right, she's going to scarp her. She's going to use her movement to run across the room. Barge past the other chap who's swooned.
You put up a resistance.
Yeah, indeed. Hit the window there, burst it open, and hop out onto that side. It's your turn.
Cordelia, I imagine, is a heap on the ground.
Cordelia's a heap on the ground.
Yeah.
Our man is swooned. The big one's looking at you, and I would like from you a leadership test.
Hold. Still have advantage?
You do.
That'll be 5 successes.
Then that's a success as he pauses and he growls and goes, ah! But you've got fear. He's no longer counts as in your death zone as a combatant, so you can run off if you wish.
He'll shout, go after her, go find her, and then mumble, Jesus, I should have been practicing this. He's going to attempt to try and heal Cordelia to the best of his abilities, which is basically battle tourniquets.
Okay, so you're going to run forward and try to heal her. Yep, that sounds good. Do yourself a heal test.
Yeah. Oh, I think he's done it. Yes, he has. 5 successes.
Okay, so you're down there. She's in a pretty bad state. She's been stabbed right through. That is going to require stitching.
Can he channel stitching as well, just to...
if you wish to channel, do you have any healing-y type spell that you'd like to use?
Not really, but he's done it before where he's kind of encouraged life.
Yeah, indeed.
For someone to hang on, but... GM, you're the...
Yeah, I'm quite happy with it. She's passed out now, though, so you can strip that back and attempt to just clean what you can and then stitch. Do you have anything to stitch with?
No,
you don't. I think he's realised there's a nasty wound here.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look in any way fatal. It's just she's torn her breast, and it's torn into the side there. It's bleeding badly. But if you put pressure on it, that should probably do to at least keep her going, but you're going to need something to stitch that up.
And he'll know back in her shop there are
more than
ample equipment, so
quite.
I guess that'll be his plan, but he'll have to make it there.
Yeah, absolutely. Our big guy comes around then and looks around and says, "Where did you go?" It's obvious where she went, but he clearly is not the brightest tool, the sharpest tool, pardon me, in the box. Are you pointing or doing anything similar?
Yeah, he to the best of it, because again, he'll just know.
Yeah,
he's gone that way.
He powers through, looks up, looks down, oi! And he hops out, and you hear him clattering across the roofing.
I think Elrick's focus will be on Cordelia.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's annoying because, he knows, the Witch Hunter knows exactly where we're going to go, but that's all he'll know to get her to safety.
What else can you do, eh?
Yeah. Unless he can find a way into the tower. No, he can't.
Your best bet, given what you have, is probably to get a cab. She's unconscious. Cab back is also speed. There's no way you're going to be able to carry her back. You're not even sure how to get back without trying to retrace the odd roundabout route that she was taking, clearly to try and ensure that nobody followed her.
Wait, no, he's near the boat.
Yes, he is relatively close.
He's on docks.
Yeah.
So I know the doctor left, but maybe Gerhardt.
His kit.
Yeah.
He has it with him. You know, because you saw him leave.
Sorry, it's the next morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it was
He's
still.
He is sadly gone.
Nah,
Did you run
so-
3? Oh!
Yeah, so it is going to be. He's going to have to try and hail a cab and get her.
What about our fellow who's passed out? Is he of any interest to you at all, or are you just going to leave that guy?
I mean, I guess.
I presume that's
Elrick
who
should
he was
have
off to meet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's actually a very good point.
Just to, because that was the earlier conversation.
That had completely slipped my mind.
Yeah.
He'll try and quickly rouse him because a swoon should
He'll
be
test
a
should be
little
too hard.
swoon.
And if that doesn't work, quick slap to the face.
Yeah, 5 successes
Okay,
again.
as he wakes up. Oh. Cordelia! And he goes over. Oh.
Are you any good at this, or should we go back to our shop and try and get her?
He says, oh, that's nasty. Oh, I should never have met her. Oh.
Look, there's no point in ruminating over what should have been done or what could have been done. We just need to help her now.
I got no way to heal her, wizard.
Well, with me anyway. Come on, we're getting a cab. We're going back to her shop.
All right. He says, yeah, I'll help you. What's up? The old woman's at the bottom. Well, that's a bit of trouble, isn't it? Says, you be careful with her.
We'll be as careful as we can.
You, says, you wasted half a bell worth of room. That's more for me. As you pass your way out.
Well, he will ask her where he can get a cab because he won't think he would really know.
You stop at mine. Won't need one more than about 40 paces.
Okay. While on the way, Elrick will be just hyper alert to as best he can, making sure she's not coming back.
Do yourself a perception test.
4 successes.
Superb. You make your way up to the main street, and after about 5 minutes, there is a cab passing by that you hail down. All of the major cities in the Reikland have got cabs constantly plying their trade from one end to the other.
Here we go. This is the Uber, isn't it?
I have refused to go down on hiring the Ubers from Ubersreik. Get your own Uber cab. Got your own Uber. As the man stops and says, "It'll cost you extra."
Well, I'm sure, and this other gentleman is very well dressed, right?
No.
No?
He looks like he's been dressed for the, let's say, travelling around in the wilds.
Oh, I think that's my bias then, that he swooned. I just assumed.
Quite.
Right, well...
Big boots that look well worn.
Okay. So actually something I might like.
Yeah. Now you're taking a moment to look at him. Wait a minute.
How much? We're going to the artisan quarter.
Where are you going? We're going to Cordelia's apothecary down at the end of his way. He says, yeah, well, I'll tell you that for well, you keep the body down so the watching army don't see it.
It's not a body, it's a person.
Of course it's not. He says, we'll make it for just 2 shillings.
Right, let's go.
Right, keep it down now about that.
Elrick needs to break change, so excuse me while I do
Yeah,
that.
indeed. As it goes off, and he handily says, Here, keep it down, we're about to pass a watch. Says, don't want no corpses in my cab. You know, she really ain't dead. Says, of course she's not, just keep it down, will you?
I'm just clearly breathing.
Till eventually you arrive at the apothecary. It's locked. Right. We're going to need a key. Which one? This one, I think. No, this one. Turns out he's a dab hand with a needle.
Oh, nice.
He hooks, threads. A dab hand. Clearly been trained. Threads, hooks, threads. As he stitches all around her breast, down into the side. Cleans it off, goes over, gets some chemicals, washes it again until she's left with a sort of odd orangey stain all around it. He then dabs around the edge of that and says, that should keep her fine until she wakes up. Says, I'm sorry that we met under such strange circumstances. Probably best I don't get winning, he says. And you feel like if you were to describe what he just does, you would describe it as a curtsy. No other way to describe the way he sort of half bobs in front of you and says, I best get out before the curfew starts. He says, tell her that I got away safely, will you?
Yes, well, thank you for your assistance.
Thank you for yours. I think you saved her life. I think you saved mine. Any idea who that was?
Some witch hunter. Helen, was it? What did the poster say?
Helen Boo.
Yeah.
Helena Boo. Right, well, I don't understand. Well, never mind. Curtsy bows again. Hopefully we won't have to meet again. Right.
Well, if we do, though, I'm Elrick.
Yeah, very good to see you, Elrick. And he makes his way out, bangs, and then posts the key.
So Elrick will lock.
She wakes up around about an hour later. A bit of time. The lamp is on. All of her bits are still bubbling. Apparently left on a simmer, so you're not sure whether you should try and tamp that out or not, but she left it, so you presume it's fine.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. In very little time, you get used to all the odd smells. So you just sort of sit down and wait, I presume, unless you've got anything you'd like to do during this section. Steal everything. Loot it!
All them
Kill her!
medikits.
It's my shop now! Murder hobos!
No. Again, I think he wants to make a habit of it, so if he's got nothing else to do, he is going to try and attempt to calm himself down.
Do yourself a cool test, please.
Yeah. 4 successes.
Ah, superb. He feels like he's done the right thing. It's upon reflection, it would have been easy not to. But he's made a difference. He saved a life. He's done the right thing, and his mind eventually empties.
And he did it without casting anything.
Yeah.
He did it without killing anyone.
Yeah. She's still on the loose, though, which is potentially bad. And about the end of it, he realizes, you should probably report it to the watch somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Yeah.
So just for my understanding of how the Cult of Sigmar, because the witch hunters are part of the Cult of Sigmar, are they? Kind of.
That's a little bit like saying, let's see if we can give it a really simple real-world analogy. No, I'm not going to go with that one because just go for what it is. The witch hunters of Sigmar are witch hunters, but each of these states hires witch hunters of their own, which have nothing to do with the cult.
Yeah.
Some of the other cults also have what are effectively witch hunters too. The most famous examples of them are most certainly underneath the aegis of the Cult of Sigmar, and they have more than one, let's say, order that is dedicated to that. This person did not look like a Sigmarite.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to establish is the authority that they act under.
It would probably be the so if she was hunting down witches legally, she would have had some form of bounty. But the bounty
was for her. Yeah.
Which means that she's wanted, an actual wanted person. I'm going to let you do an intelligence test unless you've got Tower of Memories.
No, I do not.
Oh, good stuff. Intelligence test then, please.
No. So
no, good.
Two fails.
So I'm going to leave on that and just simply say that with your limited experience with these things, probably informing the watch that there is a wanted criminal in the area is wise. Particularly given that she's likely to be trying to attack this place.
He would have to know enough that the witch hunters wouldn't have the bounty, as in the bounty wouldn't be placed on them. Yeah. So I guess he'll wait until she's awake now. But
she eventually, her eyes flutter open as she looks around. Oh, where is he? Looks at you. What? Am I back? Yes. And she looks confused. Ah!
Her
face.
You'll know better than I, Evo. Go easy. It's a bad wound that you took, but your friend, we brought you back here and he stitched you up. So you should make a recovery.
He's alive.
He's alive. I woke him and I brought him.
So, was it someone working with those hunters?
You're going to find this hard to believe, but no. Those two dodgy folk were actually hunting her. So she's seemingly not a real witch hunter. She's just someone who goes around accusing people of being witches and murdering them.
Oh dear, that's not good. She gets up and she walks over to her counter, leans up and rings her bell. And then sits down behind the counter. So, do you want to buy a healing kit? She says.
I mean, doesn't have to all be business.
She says, I don't think I'll ever sell it to anyone else. I was well to try to sell it to you.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, what?
Does a witch hunter have reason to be looking for you?
I wouldn't say so.
Knowing your family, or knowing of your family.
Oh, I was apprenticed to the Jade College, and I didn't pass. So I set up shop here. From below, you hear yes, what is it? Did you call, Cordelia? And comes upstairs. Oh, you have a guest. Oh, you're wounded. He comes forward. What happened to you? As he looks at her face. You have never met a better stereotype for a grey wizard in your life. The only thing he's missing is his big grey pointy hat to Gandalf his way across this particular room. A sword at his waist, a staff that is now leaning against the wall. As he looks at her. Oh, you have been badly hurt. What happened? Witch hunter. Seen off by him. Turns round. Done me a service. Looks at her.
I've just done anything that any good citizen would do when faced with murder.
I think we both know that most good citizens would run. That's the definition of good in Ubersreik, I find. That's very bad. It's been well stitched, though, if you don't mind. This needs to be bandaged again. I don't really know if I want to be poked about. Well, that might cook. Who did this? Was it you?
The stitching?
Yes, it's been disinfected.
No, he wouldn't give me his name, but he's apparently a friend.
Just a friend of mine, she says. Really? He says, what trouble you in, Cordelia? No trouble. No trouble. He looks at you. Name?
Elrick Grunfeld.
Right, college. Wizard, Magister? Looks at you, wizard.
Wizard, yeah.
Lord Magister Christoph Engel. Grey, obviously. He says, Cordelia, if there's people looking after you, I won't have you going home tonight. I'm already at home. She said, I could just go upstairs. No. You can come in the tower. Business?
Well, I had business with Cordelia here to buy some stuff for my lord, and...
Which I would like to conclude before you try to whisk me away. Oh. He backs off. I wouldn't like to get in the way of you and your business, Cordelia. And looks at you. Business? Yeah. What are you looking for? He's looking for... Oh, the royal kit. Backs off. Then I will let you conduct business.
But afterwards, I was looking... You were the resident of the tower from what Cordelia has told me, yeah?
And he looks at Cordelia. Really? It's the harmless. It's not really important. Everyone knows it. It's the bloody... was his way, innit? Says. But really, Cordelia. She shrugs. It's nothing. Yeah, here you are, bloodied. More importantly, would you like to buy it?
Well...
I'll give you a discount.
That's probably going to help.
How about
how much is your life worth?
That's a very fair point. And he says, "Oh, come on, just to make a living. It's cost her quite a lot to make. You wouldn't
No,
want to get it for free."
I fully understand. I wouldn't expect her to do it for.
Why are you doing it for a
something
crown? A crown? She says, "Do it for a crown. I know your costs." No, we the Apothecaries Guild alone charged me more than that, but no, they didn't. They charged you that for the entire license. Which do it for a crown. He saved your life. I really wish you hadn't been here.
I've got a crown.
I'll take your bloody crown.
There you go. Wait, was that a crown? Did I toss a
Yes,
crown?
you tossed a crown.
Okay, good. I thought it was a silver, and I was like, "Oh God, I fucked them over."
Gold
No.
turns to copper.
Sleight of hand.
And she says, "Where's my key? Where's my key?"
Oh, it's here.
Oh, thank you. She ties that up. Right, well, business concluded. I suppose I should
You really should rest.
see you out.
Well, I was hoping to speak to Her Magister.
He looks at you. About what exactly? Oh, you're not going to do that key thing. There's a reason that I have a tower that's difficult to get to. It's to stop all you bloody bright wizards going like that. I don't have time for that.
I know, but
I like your bored tone.
we also may have an acquaintance that we could discuss. I've run into
Cordelia?
No, one of your lot.
Oh, so you're offering gossip.
Well,
You're offering gossip. I don't mind gossip. It depends what the gossip is. I'll admit to being a bit bored. What's the gossip? Give me a name and I'll see if I like it.
Alana?
Right, come with me. He says, "Come on, Cordelia." Do I have to? Yes. And he goes down some stairs at the back.
Interesting.
And then through a small side door into an open corridor. Passes down that and then into an enormous chamber with stairs going in all different sorts of directions. As he says, "This way!" as his voice echoes out across it. It did not look anything like that tower from the outside.
Surprising. Graze and deception.
Quite, as he makes his way up the stairs. "Cordelia, you all right?" "I can make my way upstairs. I don't need you to handhold me anyway. We're getting you a decent bed tonight." "I don't want a decent bed tonight. I just want to be..."
Now that she is stitched up, can I do a channel test and try and help her out?
Well, with which wind?
Burn her alive!
And that will be
Gyron?
detected by a wizard.
Yeah.
That will be as illegal as it comes. That would be,
Yeah, no.
in the greater scheme of things, deeply unwise.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. And he says, "Cordelia, you can go in there. I'll talk to you later." Elrick, was it?
Yes.
Yes. He says, "This way." And up the stairs, up another set of stairs, and then you can see the door that you came in by, and it's at this angle.
Oh.
Huh. 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 As he says, "This way." And it's a sumptuous sitting room with big chairs, and on the wall, paintings of Ubersreik from various angles. As he comes in, on the opposite wall, there's a big wine rack. He pulls out one. Let's go for the Folly. Ranald's Folly is always a good start to begin, I find, with your lot. Very spicy,
Oh.
he says, "and I won't be drinking this one. I always keep it for your..." So hot. Oh, it's really rather good. As he pulls out a completely different bottle with a big swan on the front of it. And a slight mist of cold rises from it. As "Right, what do you want?" No. We're being congenial. He says, "Oh, so Alana." He says and then smiles.
Yeah, well, that was a fairly quick reaction about her name. I'm imagining...
"I'm always interested in Alana."
Yeah.
He says, "Where did you meet her? What was happening? What was she stuck deep in?"
Yeah, well, I suppose we rescued her.
"You rescued her? Oh, I like that. From
Yeah.
what? I'm hoping that she was bound and gagged. That would please me greatly."
I don't recall her being gagged, but she was definitely imprisoned.
She wasn't gagged.
Was
She
she?
wasn't imprisoned.
Yeah, she was. It's been so long. It was some kind of cultist thing with some mutants, and
So, you spend some time. He quizzes you. He is an apt and quite capable quizzer. And you loosely explain what happened with you and the rest of the party as you were investigating an inn that had been sacked by cultists. And you found Alana, along with Lucas, trapped in a cave, alongside a couple of other serving staff as well, who were then later let free. The Watch was eventually informed of all of this, and they decided it had nothing to do with them. The Road Wardens really were quite confused, passed it up the chain towards their captain, who came along over a week later, leaving you in the company.
rest in peace.
Yeah, quite. He's dead now, isn't he? Poor old. In fact, that's the brother,
Sergeant Flaster. Yeah.
Sergeant Flaster. Yeah, quite of the good Small World, the physician here. Rest in peace. Not sure why I'm doing that. Sigmar. Lost my track. Oh, yes. And you were trapped there in the inn while you waited for the captain to come and do the necessary quizzing, which left you in Alana's company for that entire time.
Yeah, and she was fairly happy to sort me out with some of my tests.
She was. She helped you through. She signed off on some keys. She hung around with Alamenowite a lot.
And he did massively fail. It was the light that he failed.
It was the light.
Still got past.
Yeah. The light he did absolutely awfully on. And they were very much, you're never going to see our win.
Well
Don't
done,
worry
you
about
passed.
it. Well done. That's as good as anyone ever does. But no, she was very polite. She saw you through it all and says, she was in Delbernhof. I find this very interesting. So I'll help you with your wizard. So you're looking for your magisterial keys.
Yes.
Oh, these ones are quite tough, you know. I've done this for a few of you. I remember when you used to tour around.
Well,
that immediately dates him.
Yeah.
That was over 60 years ago. He says, I used to bring in some of your lot and we'd have chats. I'd set them challenges, see what they could do. So annoying. I eventually just gave up with them.
I mean, I can't disagree with you. There's
a reason my tower's tall.
Yeah, there's a reason why I was doing as much as I could to get out of the college. And the reason why I've taken up my current employment. Elrick, during the conversation, will have trying to be, is he impartial? Is he,
He's given nothing away as to where he sits.
Elric is now to reveal.
Are you employed by someone in particular?
I do hold a commission, yes.
Marvellous. Who are you employed with? Regiment?
No, it's a lord.
Oh, one of the noble houses.
One
always
of
difficult.
the big noble houses.
You're playing coy, he says.
Perhaps
you should drink more. I find that it helps lubricate the tongue.
Not for Elric, it's great. I've learned in my time that I'm not a smart man. And oftentimes there are things happening that I'm not fully aware of. So I've learned to be a bit more guarded in the information that I reveal.
Wise words.
Not too sure if you're the right person to reveal. I will admit to
being quite surprised to hear wise words coming from what is normally the most boastful of our orders. You remind me of no one from your order.
Maybe, but there are some who are
do tell me them, so if I meet them, I can judge your opinion.
He would know. His uncle seems to be fairly...
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah. And your mistress, well, she was good.
She's hot-headed, though.
Yeah, she is. She really is.
Yeah.
Siegfried's pretty... Mattress Siegfried, you know him, he's pretty calm. Mm-hmm. Constantly calming, unlike the Master Apprentices, Huberman.
Yeah.
He's the exact opposite of calm.
I think you'll find that Tyrus Gorman is very level-headed and sound. No, he doesn't say that. I think his uncle would be the one that he would kind of point out and say it's probably a family thing. It probably runs in our blood.
Well, Magister Grumfeld of the Bright Order. I don't think I've met him. The only wizard of the Bright Order I met that I thought had any patience was Ruin. Do you know him? Ruin? Ruin.
I know his spell.
Bloody hell, Ruin? Yeah. The Patriarch's Cloak had the word Ruin bloody written directly on it because it was made for the Supreme Patriarch ruin.
Would Elrick have an idea of how long that ago?
Was
Be a
Lord
long
Magic
time.
Roll. Lord Magic Roll, and it's reverse fail on this one as well. It's relatively well known in the colleges.
Yeah, success.
Yeah, absolutely. That's about 130 years ago, as I recall, when he was the Supreme Patriarch. Yes, Donnacha was a good man. I liked him. He was all right. We used to drink wine. Looks at you. So, I suppose he was the one that convinced me that I should teach your little fellows how to see our wind. I was against the idea, I will be honest, but then who am I to say, Who am I?
Excuse me, but who are you?
I think I told you I am.
I know, but I guess I'm not used to being around people who have
Magister
known
Rendell.
a long time. Like,
You will find, young Elrick, that with magic can come a certain longevity. There are still a few wizards around that remember the time of the first Supreme Patriarch. There are some who claim, particularly amongst the Jade Order, that restraining oneself, not using magic, stops it from burning the natural life that is provided by it in turn. It's absolute nonsense, but they do like to spread around that sort of thing. Your order, in particular, is well known for its aged magisters. Oh, no, sorry, the Jade Order, I meant, is known for its particularly aged magisters. I was getting your name mixed up, Grumfelds, you know how it is.
I know, there's
there
a
are
lot
so
of us.
many of them in the Jade Order. so many of them. Tochter, I met her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she must be nearing her 150th year, something like that, maybe more, I don't know.
Could be. She's my grandmother.
Is she?
That was a question for Andy, but I'm sure
Yes,
it is. Yeah,
grandmother?
Yeah, Kiara mother.
She's your grandmother. Well, we do have people, he says, in common.
In fact,
how is she? Have you seen her? I haven't seen her for over 50 years.
Sorry. She was at the gathering, wasn't she? Yeah. I did see her.
She's second in command from what you recall at the Jade College at the moment. The Patriarch Arberg is currently the Patriarch of the Jade College.
No, I did meet her not too long ago, actually.
Oh, that is good. Good people.
She's in good form.
Yes, good people. So, yeah, and yet you find yourself in the Bright College. That must have been a disappointment for them.
Yeah, he'll say this just, I guess, he's fucking chomping back his anger. I guess fate sometimes just has different paths for
you,
people.
by any chance. Would you rather have been in the Jade Order?
I think I'd rather have been anywhere than being in that hell.
Oh, you're all right. Your order's awful.
They serve a purpose.
They do.
I've come to learn, but
they are the sword and the flame. On the front line, burning. Very few of your order, now that we're speaking correctly, live for very long.
No, I know some of the oldest, and even when they do live long, they don't live a good life.
No. I believe this current Supreme Patriarch is of your order again. I can't even remember his name.
That's Gorman.
Ah, of course, the Gormans. Can't go wrong with them. So, right. So I'm going to help you. You seem like a nice chap, and most of them aren't. There's a lot of trouble in town just now. I don't know if you've noticed this. We had a bit of an issue at the New Year. The bells rang, and it all went very wrong. There was an invasion. They came and talked to me. A small delegation of 17 wizards.
Oh, wow.
They appealed to me not to intercede. 17 of them. I thought it was very nice. Admittedly, I'm counting the apprentices that they took with them, but I prefer the larger number. And I agreed not to interfere. But there's a party on, and I'm going to interfere. In the smallest of ways. There's one of the local nobles, a little chap by the name of Halzenauer. He's got pretensions above his station. But what he's doing is he's trying to drag together all the people who might be named as the next Duke of Ubersreik.
Right.
And I'm going to attend. And you are going to tell me exactly who I fuck about with. And he smiles. I wasn't going to attend, but since you're here, it gives me an opportunity to have an excuse. I was, in fact, charged by the Supreme Patriarch to help your order, which means I am now charged to fuck about with their party, so that you can see whether I fucked about with it or not.
Right.
Doesn't that seem fair?
Orders is orders.
I have been looking for a reason. I hadn't thought of the Bright Order. I really should have thought of that. Looking for a reason to stick my fingers in, because I don't like this business. It's difficult, and it's...
Would you have preferred that nothing had changed?
I would have preferred that we didn't have somebody claim that mutants are an entirely acceptable part of Imperial society. I would have preferred if the concept of civil war was left in the time of Magnus's rise. I would have preferred none of this to have occurred. But it has occurred, and here I am, sitting in my tower, having been appealed to by the colleges that should have been standing against this. What would I have preferred? Peace.
I agree. And there are people who want peace. There are people within the colleges who want peace as well.
I don't think it matters anymore. We're not going to have peace. Someone's going to come and knocking on my door in a few months' time saying, oh, I require you to kill Imperial citizens. The electric count's going to have to try and find my door first. It's not easy to find. And it's not easy to find for a reason. So you up for ruining some people's parties?
I will.
I have a word of warning for you. It is sadly a costume party.
Oh. Am I not charged to always wear my colours?
Oh, nonsense, he says. That's only when you're on duty.
I thought I was always on duty.
Well, no. He says, no. Your bright college is such a stickler for made-up rules. No. Right. First, the bright college are idiots. They've always been idiots. They look at the letter of the law and they try to formulate it in such a way that they can control their members. No, you do not need to wear your uniform all the way. You must always carry your license, but you don't need to wear your uniform. But if you're not wearing your uniform, you should not be casting spells. So I'm going to be dressed as a grey wizard this evening.
Okay.
Because that will be my costume. Yours cannot be. I don't want you to be recognised for what you are.
So I'll need something that just covers
and
my
a mask.
arms.
It's a masquerade ball as well. So something suitably you. What would you like to be? I'm sure I can fabricate something on your behalf.
Why don't I... Because I can't really disguise my accent if people talk to me. So why don't I go from some kind of old woodsman? Would that suit in a masquerade ball?
Not really. It's going to be all
What if it was the mask of a bird or something?
A bird! There'll be at least one bird there. Falconhane has absolutely no imagination. He always turns up as a bird at various masquerades. Saw him at Black Powder Week just 2 years ago. I was making an excursion. He attended the masquerade ball there, and he was so proud of his bird mask that if it's not the same one this evening, I think I will eat my hat. And it's quite the hat. As he pulls it out, a big, broad, grey hat.
Well, could it be a sparrow?
And I will dine upon it without sauce.
Okay.
Sparrow, did you say?
Sparrow?
He says, I'll see what I can find. I'll have some food delivered to you. He says.
Just wait here?
Yes, wait here. There's a knock on the door. And there's a wispy gentleman. And I do mean wispy. There's very little substance to him at all. His hands look relatively solid as it puts forward a tray of steaming food.
Oh,
You're like, oh, and he just wisps away.
Oh, this is weird. Greys are weird.
Wisps away.
Does the food look substantial?
Yep, it looks very substantial. Okay. And good.
Imagine peppery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's designed for you.
Mm.
With you in mind. He comes back about 2 hours later. I found something. I think it is most definitely for you. So it won't arrive till tomorrow. You're very welcome to stay here if you want. Or you can return to where it was that you came from.
Well, I imagine it's easy enough to come back if I leave. Do I just go the same way from Cordelia's shop?
Oh, that won't work.
No? So how would I get back in touch with you if I do leave?
I have no idea.
So I should probably just stay.
Probably for the best.
Is that...
And now, I'm not saying you're a prisoner.
No.
But, yes, that is probably for the best.
Can I just go on record and say I really don't enjoy dealing with a lot of your order?
He says,
It's
no.
very confusing.
It's very understandable, but I'm unlike the rest of my order. But I do believe that's what they all say.
Yes, and you all seem to be very much the same to me. But it's fine.
That is interesting.
I'll stay here. I've got some things I want to
I like to think that
work on.
had some influence on the order as a whole. It's not so much that they're like me. I'd say they're more just following me. He says, yes, that's a good way of thinking about it. I like to think I'm an originator of many of these things. Now, let's take you to your room.
Oh, this isn't my room, no?
Oh, no.
Oh, the sitting room, wasn't it?
This is a sitting room.
Yeah.
He says, no, you have good chambers. Come this way.
Oh,
He
okay.
goes out, opens the door, and it's just a corridor, not the big weird place. Takes you down the length of the corridor, takes another door into another long corridor, and then arrives at a big oaken door which says Elrick's chamber.
Oh, nice.
He says, it's the small details I like to think make a difference. And he says, there you go. There's your chamber. You've got a window. So if you want to shout help, you can, or perhaps braid your hair or throw down a sheet.
Okay.
He says,
Sounds a bit unwieldy, and I don't have that long of hair. Do you think it would look good with braids, though?
honestly, yes.
Oh,
You're a very attractive young man. I imagine that the ladies would like that a great deal.
yeah.
In fact, now you've said that, that gives me a different idea.
Oh, okay.
He says, good evening, I hope you sleep well.
Yeah.
I apologize, the mattress is entirely made of feathers. He says, well, not entirely.
Yeah. There's a
It's a
top
mattress,
layer. Yeah.
but it's a feather mattress. He says, I thought it might match your bird route. That's why I give you this room.
Very droll.
Hmm.
Is it like just covered in like feathers everywhere?
No, not at all.
No?
It's an absolutely marvelous bed with feather pillows, a feather mattress, and a feather blanket, all stuffed through for extra, with loads of blankets laid on top of that.
He'll sleep on the floor.
Yeah, sure. I figured that might be the case. And indeed, you do have a view from, interestingly, exactly where you would have expected up in the tower when you saw it from the outside. You're looking down...
Over the Wizard's Way.
Yeah, over the Wizard's Way.
Cool.
A really good view over onto Black Rock as well.
He never got to tell the watch.
No, he didn't.
No, he has to assume someone has. So maybe he'll... Oh, no, it's not here. Perch up by the windowsill. And he could see Cordelia's shop or out this way, couldn't
Yeah,
he?
it's down there. It's
Yeah.
quite some distance, but it's down there. It's a top tower.
Yeah, well, could he, if it's quite a far distance, would he be able to determine if he sees either the two bounty hunters?
Yep.
Or the witch hunter?
Neither of which appear to be there, but I am going to roll a quick test just in case. Nope, neither of which appear to be there.
Okay. He'll look out for as long as, and then he'll go back to, again,
And
if
drift
he's
off
got
to
this
sleep.
downtime, meditating, and yeah.
Sounds good. The outfit that he's given is interesting. Not entirely what he would have expected. It's definitely not a bird.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was quite clear with my instructions.
Yeah. Definitely not a bird. The outfit is... Well, you're not exactly sure what it is to begin with, but the mask is actually crazy. It's held on a stick, and you would swear that that is a golden woman's face. A golden woman with locks of hair that hang off it. You can pop it up.
Does he have a looking glass or anything?
There's a small looking glass. And
does it just appear when he thinks about it?
Well, he didn't notice it before, but there's definitely one over there.
Magic.
Or it was always there. And he's just paranoid. It's extremely impressive. And it does appear to be made of gold. too light to be gold.
Mm.
Far too light to be gold. But it's one that you hold in front of your face.
Right, as you'll always have.
Yeah, indeed. However, when it goes to his face, he feels it sort of attach. Oh, it comes off easily. No, it sort of attaches in that you don't need to...
You can let go and it's just...
Yeah, you let go and it just sort of sits there and you've got a stick. Oh, the stick moves. Oh, you can take it off. Huh. So you could wear it as a mask or as a held mask.
And inspect the stick, is it?
It's just a golden stick, but probably gold plated. So less a stick and more of a metal rod.
Yeah.
Which screws in to the side of the mask, hidden by the hair that's there. So you can wear it either as somehow adhering to your face mask, or alternatively, held in hand. The outfit, though, that has been chosen for you, you would guess appears... Well, they're long robes. They're sort of wizardy, but not. You're not entirely sure what's going on with them. The style is strange, knot work all the way around the bottom of the skirts. It's most definitely not an outfit you would normally have ever chosen ever.
Would it have been one that he's seen before?
No. This is just not his. A mixture of golds and blues. I mean, it's really impressive.
Yeah. I guess as he's taking it all in, he's like, well, who did he say, who am I supposed to be tonight? I can't be myself. And I'm wondering, as he says that, does by any chance, does he show up? Does Christoph just wrap the door? No. Well, I'll just make sure I'll need to figure that out. Because if he just says, yeah, I'm Elrick, I'm not a bright wizard, he's got to be known.
He is. About an hour later, breakfast is brought by a shadowy wisp. Piles of bread, milks. One's a nutty milk. They've been flavoured. And one's smells sweet, you think? 3 different cups. Cup of calf as well. And a variety of jams and marmalades.
Try milk he feels safe with first, the nutty one. He'll know that.
Good. It's not dairy at all.
Okay.
It's been pressed, you think.
Huh. And they always say it's shite. No, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
And then you try the sweet one, honeyed or something.
Oh, you've no idea what this is. It's slightly thicker than milk.
Oh.
It has a slight consistency, and it's so sweet that it's almost too sweet, but not quite. It's really quite good. No idea what that is.
Anaphylactic shock.
Nope, we're fine. It's good.
Right. Yeah, he'll polish off all the bread and marmalade. Yeah, 100%.
He gets knocked about an hour after that as our wizard comes in. He looks completely different. His beard is the same. It hangs down almost to his middle, and his hair's hanging down, but he's dressed in just grey merchant clothes. As he comes in and says, sorry for the delay, I hope you're comfortable.
Yeah, I'm
what are you dressed? You dressed in your own clothes or are you dressed in your costume?
I'm in the costume.
You're in your costume?
Yeah.
Are you ready? You're early. This won't be till this evening.
Oh, are we not going now?
No, not immediately, no.
Well, so, then we've got time because...
We have all the time, he says, in the world.
How am I being introduced tonight?
Well, I was wondering about that. We have choices. We can either have you be someone, or we can have you be no one.
Would nobody wear something like this?
Well, if you were no one...
Are you doing your...
Yeah, exactly. If you were no one, you could interact with anyone you want, but no one really pay that much attention to the fact that you were interacting, which is nice and safe. It means that you don't need to feel like you have to do anything. Very unlikely that anyone will approach you. And you can be, well, in a position where you can watch out for whatever it is that I might be doing and try to find out when I am or I am not interfering with the locals.
I mean, I think it's going to be quite easy because you have to shout when you do magic, so...
Do you now?
No, I think so.
So you've got a sense of humour. I think you know that's not the case.
Yeah, I know.
You are not like most of your order.
I think nobody suits me best.
I thought it might. So, you'll arrive with me in my coach. They will introduce me. You can arrive along with. No one's going to pay that much attention to you. As long as you don't draw attention to yourself, you will be fine. If you talk to someone, they will remember that they've talked to somebody wearing what you're wearing if they are pressed upon it. If they're not, they will just not think too much about it. Now, we are on imperial business. Well, that you cannot forget. I am, after all, under the orders of the elected counts themselves to ensure that the magisters to be of the Bright Order are properly trained. So, the spells that I will be casting this evening are by the direct order of the elected counts because of that, so that you can see them. Now, if they should disadvantage certain people out there, that is just an unfortunate outcome of the necessary teaching that we're putting into place. I
think I said earlier, I'm not the most intelligent of people, and
yes, well,
it just sounds like an exercise to me.
Yes, I'm making sure that I say it should you ever be quizzed upon it in future.
Right.
It may occur.
It was just training. It was your duty.
Yes. And what is particularly my duty is to break this bloody party up before it becomes anything too important. As you'll see.
Long live the young fights, right?
That's an interesting way of putting it. You have a lazy day.
Yeah, because he now has his second tome, so he will be kind of writing his ponderings into that. And again, he won't want to channel because
they're very unwise to channel here. So we can sum this all up. This day with a quick, it passes.
Yeah.
The coach that arrives is a rather ramshackle black affair. With two rather grey nags and a coachman sitting at the front. You make your way down and find yourself being led out of a small door in an alleyway quite some distance from where the tower itself is, having gone through a variety of corridors until you're eventually on the out. He's dressed as a grey wizard, but not necessarily with all the trappings of a grey wizard. As he goes, this way. We're going up to the party. And you hear, right, you are, my lord.
My people.
Your people! Yeah! As he sits in. There's going to be a lot of nobles here. I shall give you a quick summary of what's occurring if you're at all interested. One family, the Halls and Hours, are trying to become the dukes. They've invited everybody to try and embarrass them in front of who they hope will be turning up, and they're not sure will, and that's the General von Dabenek. The general who was responsible for taking this city. He says, there will be a mixture of guild masters, high priests and priestesses, nobles from various lines, all of which are largely unimportant because if they were important, they wouldn't be here trying to get an important position. But they are all related to someone important because that relation largely tells you who wants to take control of the place. And I find it fascinating who is here. In particular, the one I find most interesting, he says, is the Sapona teams.
Right.
They have sent...
Bögenhafen.
Yes. They have sent their scion in an attempt to try and secure the place on behalf of them, which means in turn, it's, the Imperial Court is making a play.
They didn't seem to have too firm of a grasp on their own territory with the stuff that happened up there.
It's all a little bit of a disgusting mess. I intend to make it messier. There's going to be no response out of this particular evening. No one is going to escape from here redolent in glory. That is not the intent of this particular gathering. There's some Nulna nobility here as well. Quite a lot of Vorbergland nobility. Lots of children playing at being grown-ups. And a few grown-ups who should know better. There'll be some local nobles. The Brunners will probably be there. The Schaffenbergs will probably be there as well. Not that it makes any difference to you. Of course, there's going to be no young Freuds.
Oh, probably not, no. Or Trots. They're quite close, aren't they?
Oh, no, there'll be no Trots. And that would make the party interesting. A bloodbath, perhaps.
So I hear.
You Metatron?
No. It's not, right?
I have met in my time about 6 of them, and every last one of them was a monster.
I've heard enough. Yeah, I've heard that they're awful people.
Different types of monster. Some of them were civil monsters. Some of them were barbaric monsters. Some of them were physically dominating monsters. But not a single one of them would be what I would describe as friendly. But sometimes, when one goes to war, a monster is needed.
Mm-hmm.
So they fulfill a role. He's someone I'd rather not be involved with myself.
And do you have a preference in terms of who you'd like to be in charge once it all shakes out?
Really, no.
No?
He says, all I care about is peace.
But as you said, probably not happening.
No. But it's simply, Elrick, we are weapons. That is what we are. And now we may choose to not be wielded in particular combats that we feel are distasteful. But ultimately, by law, we will be wielded. It is our duty to do what we can to ensure that when we are wielded in the correct direction. And the correct direction is outward, not inward.
Mm-hmm.
The enemy that we should be facing lies to the north, not within.
But couldn't law change?
Yes, it could, and that is the difficult part that we have to try and deal with. My order is intrinsically tied with this. Your order is much more concerned with what is happening on that front line. My order is concerned with what's happening behind the lines. I was particularly interested in Alana, and I shall tell you why. She's of the Imperial household.
Okay. So she's very close to the Emperor, who's just said that mutants are fine.
No.
Okay.
The first mistake most people make when they start looking for connections is to assume what others think and do. She is a grey wizard. She is not a noble. And her allegiance is very clearly with the Order. Now, that is not necessarily the case for all, but it is for her. And I found it very interesting that she was mixing herself up with Middenland politics, southern Middenland politics at that, and cultists. It seems quite beyond her province. She is concerned with the imperial domain, ensuring that imperial politics stay solid. The fact that she wasn't in the capital could explain what is occurring.
Carefully. But it also could have been exactly where she wanted to be, as maybe the person she was looking for was my employer, who is involved in Reikland politics.
If that was the case, then wouldn't she be with him still?
Maybe she is. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, we're good, but we're not that good. No, we're not that good. Don't make the assumptions that we're somehow all-powerful and capable. These things take time. You know yourself. How many times do your spells fail? Now, I've been doing this for a long time. My spells rarely fail, but they still can, and to rely upon them is foolishness. The best wizard never casts a spell, because he doesn't need to.
Does Elrick know about Amenawith and Alana's communication? Because they send each other letters, right?
I think it's fair to say that he was aware they were very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Very close indeed. You find yourself in a very dangerous place, I think.
So I've been told.
Enjoy it. I quite enjoy seeing you trying to negotiate your way through it all. And that's one of the reasons I'm quite enjoying taking you to this particular party as well. Not that you have any real interest in it. What I particularly enjoy, though, is you have an enemy that you don't know about. So I'm going to tell you. Before we get here, he's not here.
Okay.
But he is your enemy, directly.
Okay.
A different member of the Imperial family. One who does not necessarily subscribe to the Order's practices because he supports the Imperial family. His name is Emmanuel. a Lord Magister of my order, and older brother of the Emperor. He should have inherited. He was the once Duke of Dunkelberg, although they hide it. That was where he swanned around in his youth. He was trained from birth to be the Emperor. But magic came upon him, so he could never be. His younger brother instead, Karl Franz, became the Emperor. He was not properly prepared. He was fine. But he was not properly prepared to be Emperor. Not like his older brother, who to this day is bitter about it.
Wow.
He's on the Imperial Council. He orchestrates affairs from Altdorf, ruling as he always once ruled, but in a very different way. And he will be your enemy. Because I can't imagine that this mess here is not at least to a degree by his hand, one way or another. Now, he might not be your enemy, as in seeks to kill you. It's just I imagine many of your goals will not match with his.
And it sounds like maybe not with yours either.
I have no goals, other than peace.
Yeah. But if he's
He has no interest in peace. He has interest in rule. And he can't rule. Ultimately, there is one thing that that man would like to bring to pass. A change of the law. Allow wizards to inherit.
It's too late though, no? Unless...
Nothing's too late.
Yeah. Well, I mean to inherit.
Oh, for him, yes.
Yeah. Unless something were to befall.
Say, for example, his brother died. And the law had been changed.
And the son, right?
Well, there are two sons.
Does Elrick know of two sons?
Nope.
No, just one.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
He's aware of one.
You just know from Gerhardt talking about.
One is a bastard. The other one is also a bastard.
But an acknowledged bastard.
Yes. The other one I don't think is widely known. The bastard currently lives in the West March.
Is he...
I met him at court in Altdorf about 5 years ago. Let's say an intrepid young man.
purposefully kept aside?
I have no idea why he's in the West March. He should be the heir. He is not. His cousin is the heir. His cousin, interestingly, is the daughter of the Emperor's older sister. She is in Castle Reiksgard, and that is where he holds court. The current heir to Reikland, Wolfgang. Bögenhafen. It's a complex little affair, and one feels that the mess of this whole family is at heart. Now, you may notice that there are now 2 grey wizards in this family.
Well, yeah, so
2.
the Lord and Alana.
Yes. So you know what that means.
There's probably
You
another.
are a Grumfeld. You should know what that means. There's magic in the blood. You, of all people, should be aware of just how dangerous that is for the Imperial line. Because one day, one of them will change the law. It will happen. They won't want to give up their power. He's got a sister. She's trapped away somewhere, in some hospice or another. I think because she's a witch. And they don't want to admit it. That would be 3 of them.
In 2 generations?
Yes.
Wow.
It's a significant number.
Well, it's not that significant.
Given that that's more than half of them, it's a significant number.
But I guess Elrick's point of view is literally
No,
every Grunfeld.
no, not at all.
Oh, really?
No, of all the Grumfelds in the Great Druidic family, it's about 1 in 10.
Oh, okay, I thought it was like
but
everyone.
certain lines have a lot. Take, for example, your mother. She's had about 15 children, of which about 4 or 5 of them are wizards, witches, and the like. And your grandmother, God alone know how many children she's had in her lifetime. And again, about a number. In her case, quite a number, though, maybe half. But certain lines are more prolific than others. But he's suggesting that what you consider to be one of the most magical lines in the Empire, the Grumfelds, is possibly also the case for the Holzwick Schlieffen, which is really well covered up if it's true.
Yeah, there would never have been any named wizards under that other than Emmanuel, would there? That he would know
they
of.
like to keep it quiet.
Yeah. Wow.
And they keep it quiet. My order is very keen on keeping it quiet.
Well, why do you think that your patriarch has allowed him to declare mutants are legal? It sounds like he's heavily involved.
He's not my patriarch. He's not the patriarch of the order.
Oh, I thought you said he was.
He's on the Imperial Council. He represents magical concerns to the Emperor. But he's not an actual patriarch of the order. As to why he had allowed it to happen, I have no idea. It does not seem like the man. He is, perhaps it's a step towards making magic more acceptable, but it still seems to me a ridiculous state of affairs.
Or is it a step towards corruption?
Possibly.
There definitely has been rumblings amongst my family around things that shouldn't be the powers in the north having more of an influence on the world.
Now, you see, this is why we got you up in costume. Says we didn't need alcohol. We needed a party to get you talking. He says, if only I'd realised I'd invited you to a party the previous evening.
Well, if you just sat in a room, bored.
Well, that's the point. So hopefully you'd then talk. You're bored. He says, it's very interesting, I think. Your family is also of the opinion that things are heading towards some sort of peak. And it would be quick. It would be very quick. It'd been over 300 and... Well, been quite some time since the previous one.
Well...
I'm talking before the Great War Against Chaos.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be far too soon.
Well, I've been advised... Well, first, not to talk about it.
Of course. So what are you going to tell me?
But also, it might not be as far as people think. Some of the people I travel with are
Which one?
sure I travel with an elf.
An elf. Always the elves.
But also...
When the elves are abroad, you know that things are changing.
Yeah.
That is what happened during the Great War. They came.
But it may not... It probably does mean a lot to you, and it means a lot to me. Is it the Celestial Library in Marienburg?
It's the...
No.
No, it's not.
Who's it?
Before you... you don't know that or that. I'm happy to leave that to your memory.
Yeah. Well,
you're aware.
Elrick's memory is better than Dan's memory. He will kind of relay about the center of truth, things that we know to be real. There have been alterations, and there have been recorded.
Right, now you're talking beyond my awareness. Now I like this. Which order? Light, I presume.
I think so. Isn't she the patriarch?
She's not the patriarch
No?
of the order. She's in the order.
Oh,
And she's she's far from the patriarch. She worked in the library underneath someone else.
Yeah.
And
She's
Chukter's
daughter, though. I'm sure.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talkers.
Doctor.
Yeah,
sorry.
totally is.
So they're all in a tizzy.
So, let me see if I've got this correct after you've explained it. We have the Light College maintaining a library which records facts so that if there are changes in the real world outside the library, they can compare it back to the library and say that there has been an influence made to change what appears to be history. We have a solid, immutable version here, protected by light wizards. And they are noticing changes both out with and within.
Yeah.
That's disturbing.
That's terrifying. And
That's very disturbing. I've never heard
if you
of such
think
a
it's
thing.
too soon, I think that would say otherwise.
That is very disturbing. I'm very glad that I organised that outfit for you. You brought dark tidings, perhaps, but necessary ones.
Maybe to lighten the mood, but what am I supposed to be? What is this?
It's fetching, I think.
I'll take your word for it. But is it some kind of symbol? Is it some historical thing I don't know about? Or is it just...
I think it's something that you'll come into.
So I keep it.
Oh, you can keep it. Cool.
Right.
It's only gold plated.
Oh.
He says, as I think you realised.
Yeah, I know. I thought maybe magical gold, but no, it's fine.
And there's a very little bit of magic to it. It's a small trick that I got taught back in Null quite a long time ago.
He's instantly start trying to detect what that is about it. Yeah. I imagine it's probably well beyond his ken.
It is. He hasn't got the talent. That's the one that allows you to detect magic objects and do stuff with them. So yeah. Well, there's got to be. He remembers sitting inside many of his lessons where they would talk about magical matrices and how the winds could be calcified into material form to do particular things along certain lines. And he also knows that the Gold College in particular is known for their ability to create artifacts. And some wizards spend pretty much all of their time dedicated to creating things, not just for their college, but for the imperial nobility, for the colleges as a whole. And some bright wizards have done the same. Some of them were particularly well known for creating artifacts. Most of the primary artifacts in the colleges were created by bright wizards. There are many different
weaponry, mostly.
Almost entirely. the occasional shimmering cloak of fire. But
who designed the runefangs? Wasn't?
No. Runefangs are dwarven made, very well known, by a dwarf by the name of Elrick the Mad. And they were gifted to the Empire for their great services to end the great wars that the dwarves have been fighting with the Greenskins for pretty much ever. As Sigmar did his bopping and brought that war to an end, along with all the tribes of Sigmar, tribes of the Reich that he pulled together. And Alaric the Mad was commissioned to create one runefang for each one of the tribes that supported Sigmar. Mm-hmm. He created a bunch of weapons, but it took him so long that by the time they were delivered, Sigmar had already hiked it off. And the runefangs were then passed around each one of the primary families that were ruling the empire, the nascent new empire, some 2,500 years ago. Well, 2,400 and some. It's about 70 years after that the runefangs were passed over.
Nice.
And they are now a symbol of authority across the empire. If you have a runefang, many presume you're an Electrocount, or at least you have the authority of an Electrocount behind you because you have their big shiny stick. And they are presumed to be extraordinary weapons. Mm-hmm. There are some that claim that even Sigmar's hammer himself was made by Elric the Mad. Whether that's true or not, you have no idea.
Lost to the annals.
Yeah, totally. You've fallen quiet. Are you trying to figure out how the mask works?
It's the mask, okay. He was probably inspecting the robe.
It's the mask. It's what makes it attached to your face.
Ah.
It's a very simple trick.
I thought I just had sweaty face. Like, it was just...
No, not at all. You didn't really think that, did you?
No, I have a pretty sweaty face.
You didn't.
I've said several times, I'm not an intelligent man.
Yes, but I also don't believe you. So, he says, are you ready? We're making our way up Morgensight, up the hill.
Of course.
He says, I'm obviously going to arrive late.
Stylish.
It's the only way to be, he says. What's your job?
Observe. Mm-hmm. See when and who you're casting towards.
I shall make it easy for you. I'm going to do 5 major workings. 1 will be obvious. 1 will be less obvious. 1 will be subtle. 1 will be very subtle. And 1 will be so blatant that no one will expect it for the subtlety that it actually has.
Okay. Are you going to do them in that order?
No.
Okay.
He smiles. I'm rather looking forward to this. I've been thinking about it for the last day. He says, I know who's going to be there. I recommend that you organize yourself, he says. Young man, a recommended demeanor. A way for everyone to engage with your character. It means when things like this happen, everyone presumes you're just being mischievous, if you are like myself, or perhaps angry, if you are a bright wizard. Create a character. And then you can be yourself without any great fear. And that part of you that you don't like is a character that you can inhabit when you need, rather than it being part of you. That's how I deal with it. The winds take us.
I've begun to learn, yeah.
And it becomes stronger as you grow older. Much stronger as you grow older. The more you use the wind, the more it learns to dominate you. You have to find ways to get out of that. My way is my way. My suggestion to you is not something you should follow, but it's something you consider. It may be a solution for you or an adaptation of it.
I'll bow to your wisdom, and it's something that I have been thinking about over the last couple of days.
We like our masks in the Great College, he says, without a mask going into a masquerade.
Well, some aren't as easy to see as others, I imagine.
That is the point. As the coach comes to a halt. We're there. Are you ready?
As I'll ever be.
You can hear the soft chime of chamber music coming from the significantly less impressive house than you expected.
Oh.
You were expecting a grand ball.
Yeah, he was thinking, Gerhardt will be so jealous.
And it isn't. It looks like a 3-story mansion. I mean, it's relatively big, but when you come out, you can't help but look over there and see behind high walls an actual palace. A huge palace that spreads down the hill. This is the opposite of a palace. This is just a nice, important noble house. But significantly less impressive than you expected. A bunch of soldiers are sitting outside the front. Interestingly, the same chap that you saw just the other night with his apple. The only one in blue and gold, he's there. He's sitting outside.
Still one sergeant for the entire city.
Sitting down on a chair, but he's not wearing blue and gold at all. He's now wearing an Altdorf uniform. As he's sitting there on a chair, looking around, sees the coach come up, just nods at the coach driver, continues eating his apple with his half-rotten teeth. As the coach door opens, Christoph gets out. You getting out, Tulsa?
Yeah. Mask on.
Out. Now, question is, are you engaging and where are you engaging? For example, if you want to speak to the sergeant, since we've talked to him, he's there, but he won't talk to you unless you talk to him. He won't even pay any attention to you at all.
No. Elrick he's switching into mission laser focus mode. So he will speak if spoken to, but he's trying to watch Christoph.
Perfect. So what I'll do then is I'll explain less of all the stuff that's happening and more about the stuff he's looking at.
Yeah.
And we'll keep it relatively tight. So a general description first. This is a party that's held in 3 loose areas. Having said that, though, there are lots of other places where individuals may pop off into back gardens, upstairs for, who knows, some sort of tryst or liaison because party! Yeah. That's what happens. Down in the ground floor is where most of the action occurs. Well, some sort of the action. We have the main hall, we have an area where all the food and the music is being played, and another salon, so to speak, where people are gathering and chatting. And there are a lot of people here, which makes it slightly more difficult. There's a few things that he can say from his limited knowledge of noble affairs. There's paintings that look impressive. There's all manner of statuary and work that looks impressive. Lots of taxidermy, somewhat expectedly. A large boar in that room over there, a big bear. Through in that room over there, there's a really, really big eagle with his wings pulled in.
Is it safe to say it's better on the inside than it looked from the outside?
Because
it looks not great on the outside?
Yeah, it looks fine on the outside. I mean, it's a noble man.
Yeah.
But on the inside, it looks definitely like it's been, let's use the word, pimped up. Someone's definitely taken care to try and make this look like it's an impressive space. Yeah. In the room where the food is being served, there is a long bar. It's really a table with barrels beside that, dwarves serving. There's a few halflings kicking around as well. Some of them also serving food. Drinks are being passed around. It's all obviously for free because nobles, they don't pay. Get ahead of it. The food is broad and mostly of the nibbling type. Very little in the way of real meals. It's lots of little nitbits that you can pick up and just eat as you require. Plates all over the place. Silverware, should it be required, there as well. And the inhabitants are manifold. We're tall, short, men, women, almost all of them wearing clothes that are, let's just use the word expensive. You can extrapolate from that all the different whirls and stitchings and everything else that they have available to them. Some of them are wearing costumes. Some of them are just wearing very rich-looking clothes with masks sitting in front. Some of them are wearing almost traditional Masquerade-style masks, where others are wearing ones that look like birds, animals, faces, and pretty much everything else in between. There's a few people that stand out purely because they're so different. There's, for example, one young man wandering around wearing just a few leaves. He looks almost naked.
Strategically placed.
Yes, but badly. And through the course of the evening, he pretty much tries to chat up every single woman and bed them, and fails repeatedly. Does manage to get himself into a little bit of hot water a few times. By comparison, there's a few that are clearly attempting to make an impression. The Saponatine you can catch almost immediately. An enormous mask. You can barely wonder how you can hold it with the huge antlers it has on it. A mighty stag that he's holding with two hands, because there's no way he's holding that one with one. A very rich-looking gentleman over there with a beard and a boar's mask. He's never really been one to notice the difference between different styles of clothes. It's until he's been around it a bit, and he has now, and actually seeing it, that's expensive. No other way of putting it. It's exceedingly well made. He's frumping around like the little gentleman that he is. Some of those are clearly military. She's basically wearing a military dress, but she's got some of her medals on, bless her. You're going to guess captain. That chap over there, wandering around, he's probably a captain as well. She's wearing blue and gold, though, so maybe a local captain. Interesting. So there's definitely people of interest. These ones here are probably, that was definitely a priestess of Shalia, pardon me. She's small, covered in dove, extras, nice little delicate mask. Oh, an elf. You see that through in the other room? She's gliding around wearing long white and blue robes, a very delicate mask, which interestingly, you see hers is super delicate. You catch it in the right light and it's a half moon. Turn around and it's just a delicate mask over her face. And similarly, halfway through, she has that on a stick, just like yours. Perhaps it originally came from an elven tradition. And you'll see her later with the mask back on again without the stick. That's a thing. There's an elf. There's a dwarf who's decided that costume means wearing his helmet.
Yeah?
Yeah? I mean, he's not inaccurate. That'll do. There's some clear guild masters attempting to tout themselves off as guild masters. There's some who are clearly toadying. There's others who are standing aloof. There's lots of people.
Okay. Deep breaths, Elrick.
Right, so we're going to keep this relatively simple for you because he's not getting caught up with all of the minutiae of dealing with people and chatting away.
He's trying to stare at Christoph without staring at Christoph.
Yeah, totally. Plus, it doesn't really matter because no one's really paying attention to him anyway.
Yeah. But Christoph would know. That's the thing. So he's trying to, although he knows that he's invisible, he knows that the Magister would know if he's...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's lay it down to a few rules first. Rule number 1. Perception test. Okay. I know the difficulty. Tell me how many successes.
Is he stressed right now?
No more than the desire to do well, but no, he's got advantage. He's got time. He's watching. He's being careful.
6 successes.
Superb start.
He needed the advantage.
Superb start. At this point, Christoph Engel is speaking to the elf. You're distant. You're not sure what they're saying. The elf raises an eyebrow. Her face can almost be seen behind her mask because it's so delicate. Lots of thin whirls of metal. And in the corner, you swear you sense it. Something shifting. You remember each of the winds inhabit a space to a degree in the material realm. Once they enter the material realm, they have to obey material law. Now, material law is twisted by magic, but they still work within certain rules, which means that if your wind moves, generally means something's moved it. And that's what you detect. Your wind getting displaced because there's a certain amount of agitation in a corner where a young gentleman wearing little more than leaves is attempting to chat up the captain with her, and she's having none of it. She's getting really quite angry about the whole affair, and she's throwing back words at him. And he's getting all, come on, love. He's a bit of a pest. And the wind pulls away from it. So something is happening. You're pretty convinced that this is it.
Yeah.
Possibly test number 1.
So note that.
The question is, what was done? What was done? Do a test. This one is intuition.
Intuition. 5 successes.
Literally nothing to do with that. It was the cover.
Ah.
As the magic is flaring and things are going, over in the other side, you see a man in the big stag mask.
Once upon a time.
Tapping something into a drink. Except he isn't. He just thinks he is. And you can see it. And a slight moment of, he's tapped it into a completely different drink. He's trying to poison someone or some equivalent. And Christoph has messed with it. And you caught it. He was trying to use the cover of the to do that. Christoph immediately drew some of the magic and caused quite a swirl, pushing at the bright magic that was there. And it was enough for you to focus into where you thought it was and seeing him looking down at what he was doing. Otherwise, you would have missed it completely. And there, tap, tap, tap. And because you're aware something's up and you're desperately looking for it, you just catch the slight flicker and realize there's 2 goblets sitting side by side. And he's probably put it in the wrong one to what he thinks. Fascinating.
Could Elrick knock over the one that
He's holding it.
Oh my god.
He's wandering off.
Right. Okay. He'd like to pay attention, but he knows he can't really.
Let the party go on.
Yeah.
Perception test.
Perception.
It's quite nice to be the passive person in the whole
That
mess for change.
No, that'll be a fail.
How much did you fail it by?
1 fail.
No, it's not a fail because this is a big one. You can reverse it.
Oh, then 3 successes.
It is definitely a pass. This is the big one.
Oh, okay, good.
You're lucky. The taxidermied boar literally comes to life. Except, actually, no, it doesn't. It's not literal. It just appears to. It's not hard to see. You completely fall for it to begin with. Everyone's screaming. Someone dives in, starts stabbing the thing. It's bucking around. Things are happening. Over in the corner, one young girl dressed as a fox is watching on, super excited and interesting.
A fox, you say?
A fox is super excited, tip to toe in orange. As then it fritters away. Gone. And it never moved.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, that one's pretty obvious.
He's still proud of himself.
Yeah, I think he should be.
he'll like put the stick back on the mask and just shift it a little bit to the side and take it back off. Yeah.
Next one. This one's tougher. Give me a perception test.
5 successes.
Nice one. At the back. By the food. And the barrels. Christoph Engel is currently talking away with, a young woman who is wearing a silver mask. And you see his fingers flick. The slightest movement. And a cork pops from one of the barrels. Wine starts. Pop, pop, pop. Oh no, it's not wine, it's beer. Pop, 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 pop. Pouring out at the back. You spotted something.
Okay. Is there someone going to walk by? Is this leading up to something? Note it anyway.
You hear what it leads up to around about 2 minutes later as the swearing from the dwarves comes out. Really upset. They're shouting at each other in their native language. And then it turns all very grim and quiet. And you can see the anger that actually starts trying to gather, but doesn't successfully go. It sort of hangs around them, but just doesn't go. The dwarves seem naturally resistant as it hangs like a cloud over them, as one of the candles, such as their anger, gutters slightly in the corner. Not with the wind, it's just literally the bright wind sucking in that direction. They are so angry that they've lost an entire cask of their beer. As they continue serving, and as he serves, literally everything he does is with a...
It was one of his. Right, so
Next one!
Perception again.
This is number 4 now.
5 successes.
Wow, you're on a fire! Good job!
I feel like you'd have a camera on my dice so people don't think that I'm just taking the piss.
Yeah, cheat.
Look, if I had a glass of water, I'd put it in it so you'd know they're not weighted too.
No, I'll accept
I've
your
rolled
version
bad
of the
enough
truth.
for the whole thing that...
Face bright red. I'm not cheating.
33. Yeah.
It's a crit. Birdie's one is basically all crits and fumbles the entire way. It was hilarious. Actually hilarious how many we both rolled. So, number 4. This is the first one you actually catch as a channeling of magic. You're alerted to begin with by another guttering, this time from the far room where an oil lamp up against the wall just flickers slightly too much, but it's inside a glass. It's not a tube, but you know, the glass.
Yeah,
bell,
glass bell,
whatever you call it.
it.
I used to have paraffin lamps like that when I was a kid because old.
Lighthouse.
Lighthouse, exactly. And it gutters on the inside, clearly showing that magic somewhere is shifting. There was enough for you to focus in and actually see a slight drifting. You think maybe of the grey wind?
Ooh.
You think you might have actually caught the grey wind itself? A shadowy coalescence, which suggests a pretty major working. And because you're seeing it. And it forms and swirls and goes out into the back garden.
If that's pretty major, Elrick is going to break from his thing.
You really want to go and look, don't you?
Yeah, he's going to follow it.
And in the back, you see it swirl down and go down a well. It's closed off.
I guess he's not going to break through a well, so he'll just walk back to the party a bit dejected, try and catch Kristoff's eye, be like, I saw that.
He shows no awareness at all,
No.
having even seen you.
Yeah.
The last one.
Right. Here we go. 4 successes.
I'm still going to roll that, because that's right on.
I could do a fortune. I still got tons of fortune left over.
Fortune for an extra success.
Yeah.
You can't do a fortune to re-roll.
That's what I mean, though.
Yeah. Fortune for extra success would definitely be worthwhile.
Yeah.
Good.
Do it.
Excellent. It's the scream that alerts everyone that something's off.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Folks are rummaging around, trying to figure out what's going on. Murder most foul. Things have happened upstairs. There's been a death. It's absolutely awful. And down below, our very drunk leaf wearer staggers out and screams come from out there also. So the first question is, up or down? The answer appears to be down, because you can feel, again, the actually pushes into the room. So something has displaced it.
Right, yeah.
So on the outside, there, our man of leaves is now a man of bits growing out the side of him as they're forming, and he's screaming. As if his body is somehow, well, it looks like it's mutating. You're not convinced it is.
Yeah. Is it real?
Yeah, you're not convinced that it is. He's screaming as he goes running off. Shock and horror from others. Mutants! That spreads throughout the whole party. Ah!
They're legal now, it's fine.
Yeah, totally fine. And interestingly, the soldiers that are there are looking at each other. What do they do? Should we chase him? I don't want to go near him. I don't want to go near him either. As you hear another call, mutant, from within.
Another one. Follow this next commotion.
A woman in there has fallen aside. Her head is almost swollen to twice its size. And it's thumping on the ground, and she's trying to pull herself along. She's screaming. Horrified. Absolutely horrified at what's occurring to her. One of her eyes is distended and swollen. The other eye is almost normal-sized. As she drags her head, people are filing out like mad.
Where's Christoph right now?
Christoph is sauntering out with everyone else.
Can Elrick pierce what he's seeing at all? Like, does he doesn't
he sees
believe
it for
that
what it is, but he's pretty convinced it might not be what it is. He caught himself enough of a shifting of the magic that he thinks it's definitely magically involved. Plus, you do obviously have one other particularly large hint, and that's Christoph's complete lack of concern.
Yeah. I think he will just almost smirk behind the mask and go to follow Christoph.
Screams, shouts, ah! Yeah. The party comes to an end.
I mean, what a weird party, right? Something came alive. Oh, no, it's fine. Mutants, whatever.
It's not the whatevers, as they all scream out. Something has occurred, and no one really understands what. Christoph gets into his coach, who's at the far end with his man waiting, sits down on the inside and says, "So, how well do you think you did? We managed to disband the stupid party."
Yeah, I think I saw you cast something once.
Well, that's a start. Let's go through. There was 5 things that I did. What do you think I did?
Right. Well, I saw us upon a time, I believe, in the Stag.
Yes.
Try and poison someone, but put it in a different glass.
It wasn't a poison. It was a simple emetic. It makes one nauseous and vomit.
Well, some would say that's poison, no?
Well, I suppose.
Yeah. But basically,
he's not going to die.
He put it in the wrong one.
He put it in his own.
Yeah. So that was, I think, one.
Did you see him vomit afterwards?
I didn't.
No, it's a shame. No. It was worth it because his mask was on.
Oh, also, wearing a stag, is that not a bit on the nose?
A little bit.
The other one, did you pop the cask on the... So I popped the cork on the cask
You
of
caught that
beer?
one. That was a very simple spell. I thought you might miss that one. Yes, I did.
There was also...
You want to know why?
Oh, okay, go on. Did they not pay a debt or...
No, the cask was spiked with warpstone.
Really?
Really?
How?
I have no idea.
How did you even sense that?
Trust you didn't detect that.
No. No.
That's unfortunate.
But would even it not spilling out onto the ground not
Weak.
be... Okay.
And besides, I channeled almost everything that it had within it. Did you not feel it?
I can't say I did, no.
Interesting. It was very weak.
Yeah. I also...
Also only around the dwarves.
Right.
Far too weak for them. We can have it cleaned up afterwards.
I did notice that they were very resistant to their anger and the X-ray wind.
Oh, it's good that you saw that. I don't see your wind very well. Actually, it's a tough one.
I feel the same for the grey. It's very difficult.
Yes, it's ephemeral, difficult to grasp. I get that. It used to be like that for me when I started. Yeah. You know, when I started, I could channel 4 winds. That's what it used to be like before it all changed.
I've heard people can do that, but they legally can only do one.
I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, of course.
I can only channel grey.
Well, there's one guy, there's one man in Altdorf, no, who apprenticed in all 7 colleges.
Yes. What a scam. What an absolute scam. I thought that was quite clever of him.
I don't know how.
Himself away through the colleges but never graduated.
I don't know how he got away from the Brights. They seem to, once the claws are in.
Yeah,
I've heard other ones let you go. I've heard you can just leave.
Yes, Zavant.
That's his name, yeah.
Yeah, Savant Connacher, I think, or something similar. I've heard of him. I wouldn't mind meeting him to see how much of it's actually truth.
Oh, that's a good point.
You often find that people like him live on their reputation, and it's often based upon lies, scurrilous lies.
Yeah.
So, we're doing well so far.
The one I actually believe I saw the wind was, did you send some kind of phantasm into the well?
Yes! Almost. I had caused the phantasm to come out of the well, actually.
Oh, I thought I followed it from you into the well.
Well, you caught the casting.
Ah, maybe that's what it was.
What came after, you must have missed. Yes, I was...
no, I didn't see.
I was organising an assassination.
Oh.
Oh, there wasn't anyone actually killed.
Anyone tonight? No.
No one was actually killed. They just think there was. Quite important that this event collapse.
Right. You definitely did the bore.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I mean, someone had to do it.
Well, I had to do something relatively obvious because I was there and I have a reputation to maintain.
Mm-hmm. And then, well, as you said, but I did see it happen, our lover man becoming a mutant.
Oh, what an idiot. Yes, he deserved it. He'll be fine in the morning.
I would imagine so, yeah. The guards were quite confused as to what to do, though.
Well, it's just a ridiculous law, isn't it? I thought I'd put it to the test. Well,
I travel with someone who says there's a very big distinction.
I should like to know exactly what has happened in Altdorf, but from down here it's enforced.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, I've come recently from Altdorf, and I don't believe it's been enforced there just yet. Wait, no. I remember they were enforcing it.
Well, I wanted to see what they would do.
Well, in action.
Now we see nothing.
Uh-huh.
That's terrifying. Actually terrifying.
It's a good thing that I was being aware, because I have an adverse reaction to the mutants, and I have a certain... Well, this is the one thing about the Bright College that stuck to me. It's
we should all
ask questions later approach.
I mean, in my time, I have met many that are good-natured and that have nothing but what they believe to be a pure intent within their hearts. But that doesn't mean that you don't react to something like that. At the very least, they are imprisoned. The reason for the mutation is divine. But no, they just did nothing. They literally did nothing.
Worrying.
It's deeply worrying. Did you see what the High Priest of Sigmar did?
I don't know.
Nothing.
There was a High Priest there. Which was he?
He was the one who wasn't even wearing a mask.
Oh, no, I
missed him entirely.
I was really trying to focus just on that one thing.
Oh, no, big man beard. No?
I don't think so, no.
Remarkably unobservant. I couldn't miss the man.
No, I'm just
I had a conversation with him at one point.
Oh, I did not see him.
No, well.
It might have been, was it after I ran out for the Phantasm?
It would have been about that time, actually.
Potentially that's why then.
He bashes on the coach. Can we go yet? And you hear a, nah. He looks out. Who are you? He says, I'm in the, there's a queue. We're going to be a while, I suppose.
So it wouldn't be the same driver normally, no?
The driver didn't even respond.
Oh, I thought that was the driver responding.
No, it didn't sound like him, did it? There's a soldier there in blue and red on the outside.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of a wait. So, you caught them all?
I think so. You said there'd be 5, right?
Really rather bloody impressed with that. I'm impressed. So, what method did you use? How were you able to detect it? Great wind's a hard wind.
I just was trying to focus as much as I could for displacement. So...
Of your own wind?
Yeah.
Ha! Ha! You're sharp! You are sharp, Grumfeld. Most of your order don't even consider doing that. They're too busy trying to see things they can't see. They focus on one thing and one thing alone. That's what your order tends to do. But you focused on the right thing, the thing you could do. Very good. I'm going to write you a very good letter of recommendation. That's difficult.
I appreciate that.
That is actually difficult. That is very impressive. It's what I taught my apprentices. I haven't had an apprentice for a while, but it's what I used to teach them. Don't be so focused on what you can see. Also try to look for what you can't. They're all focused on what they were trying desperately. I mean, as you say yourself, if there's something happening there and you see nothing, you will see nothing. But if you can see your own wind drifting in a strange fashion, you know that something has caused that.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is connected. And the more you learn to concentrate on that, the more you might be able to learn to concentrate on the other winds. Very impressed with that. He says, I will write you a very good letter of recommendation. How old are you?
I'm about 21.
21.
I think so.
You're the youngest Lord Magister of your college was. That I'm aware of, at least.
Hold on. No, Gorman. He was the youngest, no?
No.
No?
No.
He was the youngest High
Supreme Patriarch.
Supreme, yeah.
Yeah. Not the youngest Lord Magister. He skipped even being a Lord Magister. He went straight from Magister to Patriarch.
Totally not suspicious at all.
Well, you can say what you will. The man was very talented. Some are. My order has had a few that were the same. Not myself. Bloody hard work, perseverance, and more hard work. But for some, it comes easy. 21. When did you become a wizard?
Just a few weeks ago.
Minimum of a year, I believe, before you can test. Is that correct?
I was journeying. What I've come to learn now is one of the rare things of being outside of the college journeying.
You miss my point. It's a minimum of a year.
Oh, before I can go. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Who's the current Master of Apprentices?
I can't remember his name. Tuberman, that was
Tuberman.
it.
Lord Magister Tuberman.
Yeah. Jolly fellow.
Tuberman. 70s? 60s? 70s?
Oh, I mean, he's old.
You're not sure, but that seems very old for the Bright College, but he could be.
And the way that they talk about him, he's been there forever, so could be.
Yeah, I think I have met him. I shall write him a letter directly. It says, I don't get impressed very often.
Would it be to Tuberman anymore, though? Because he's not an apprentice.
I see.
Yeah, I don't think that he'd be the one to talk to.
Oh, but he'd be the one to try and block it. The Master of Apprentices in the Bright College has a lot more sway than most people realise.
Well, he was actually pretty keen on me getting the license, if Dan remembers correctly. I'm sure Tuberman was very give him it.
Well, let's make sure it stays in place.
Okay.
So, he says, you've got to do this with all the colleges,
Aye, yeah, wherever I can.
Where are you going?
Not quite sure yet.
You are aware that Gerhardt has mentioned several times about going to Griswold, because you've got a letter from somebody who was there. So that, plus you're aware Blotthilda won't bloody shut up about going to Kemperbad because they want to register the vessel so that no one else can take it from them and claim it itself.
But also from his own point of view, in terms of he wants to go to Callaghan.
Which is
like so far away. But
it's so far away, but you know that those two
if
locations...
you need to speak to us...
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Those two locations are definitely in your nearest future.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Kemperbad and Griswold.
And Griswold, yeah. You'll share it. Yeah, Griswold, yeah.
Griswold says, 5 Fraukes. You know the Leaf fellow?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
man. His family rules in Griswold.
Right.
If you want to do well on your little keys, you really want to have a Lord Magister, not a simple Magister doing it. I have a friend in Null. I might be able to get her to come up to Griswold. When do you intend to leave?
I'm waiting for my employer to return.
Know.
So
well,
hopefully...
I can get a letter to Null by 2 days' time. Let us say, he says, I'm going to say that you send word to the apothecary when you're going to leave.
Okay.
And I will send further word that you're intending to go to Griswold. And I will see if I can get my good friend from the Celestial Order to possibly meet you there.
Right.
Her name's Sybil. She doesn't like being called Lady Magister or Lady Magistrix or Lady anything, actually. She likes to be called Sybil.
Okay.
Says, I'm sure that may have mellowed with her old age, but I doubt it.
Just go easy, Sybil.
Sybil, and she will be able to help you. She's very well regarded in her college. It's quite likely that she's already aware of you.
People seem to be...
No, the very fact that I'm now discussing it means it's quite likely that she's aware of it.
Oh, of course, yeah.
She has quite the ability to scry the future. And the fact that someone is going to communicate with her is generally known to her before it's known by the person about to communicate. It's deeply frustrating and very annoying. It's a trait that I don't enjoy, and I always try to find a way around. Catch her by surprise. Very difficult to catch that woman by surprise.
Well, it's very good of you to go through all that for me.
Well, you help me, by Imperial Order, disrupt this mess.
And what do you think will come of it?
Well, this mess, nothing now.
Nothing?
Nothing. It's a mess.
Embarrassment for
all parties. And it's the way it should be. Put another Lord of Ubersreik. What an absolute shambles and a disaster and a disgrace.
I mean, someone has to rule it.
Yes. His rightful ruler. I don't see that happening now. We've got an edict in place. Most likely, they'll end up falling to a council of burgomaesters or something, because no noble line could take control of this place without antagonizing the Jungfrauds. And the Jungfrauds will fall on them. There'll be war, one way or another.
And obviously, yeah, they can't take it without clear, outright civil war, no.
That's the only way they're going to be able to take it. And that would be, again, would still require the Reikland Diet to allow them to take it. The Reikland Diet probably won't. They're happy to maintain the status quo. The status quo is now they are not the dukes. They won't want to install new nobility if they don't need to. They just won't do it. So I think they've lost it. Their attempts to try and reclaim it are pointless, a waste of space. It's just petty revenge and little more. It's going to be dark, I imagine. Right. Oh, and it moves off.
Moving.
There we go. You're an interesting fellow, Elrick. He says, you have your fingers in more pies than you realise, don't you?
I'm beginning to gain an awareness. I seem to be, yeah. I don't like the term being used, and I don't like the idea of being used, but it definitely seems that things happen around me, and it's strange.
My first patriarch, the Order, Tarnus, originally a Marienburger. We don't like to think of that in the Orders anymore because of what happened with Marienburg in the Wasteland. Back when it was Westerland.
Right.
And he had a great deal of metaphor concerning storm. He used to love dropping metaphors about storms. Storm this, storm that. He was himself very good at manipulating air and wind and similar things. One of the best duels I ever saw was him. It doesn't really matter. It was a celestial wizard. It was very impressive, windy. Anyway, he once told me that the future is something that he believed was uncertain. Regardless of what the Celestial College might say, he did not like the Celestial College. He thought the Celestial College was a waste of good headspace. Too much thought was put into trying to determine which chance was most likely. And he said it didn't matter if it was a 99% chance of happening if the 1% happened. Because it was a 100% chance of the alternative. You were wrong. And he had great debates with them about this. They had actual proper charts that they had laid out to explain the probabilities and how the Celestial College calculated things. And he tore it apart. Intelligent man. But he instead considered it to be a storm. The future was a great storm. And that storm had eddies and currents, just like any system. And around certain people, he believed that the winds gathered. Great storms and eddies came from them. And they were always the important figures. The emperor cannot help it. He is at the center of a great pall of Ulgu. Altdorf. It's great fogs that rise up yearly. A lot of that is because of the enormous quantity of Ulgu that comes to the city. It has little to do with proper meteorological circumstance and more to do with the magical confluence around Altdorf itself. But beyond these great figures, there are others, and they were the ones that he would look for. He's a grey. We are at heart there to guide the empire. It's what we're there to do, to ensure that it doesn't lose its soul. To become a Grey Magister requires something that is quite unlike any other order. You need to have a will that is unimpeachable. You need to have a sense of justice, a sense of what is right and wrong. We don't accept apprentices the same way you do. Your apprentices are accepted up to 25 years old. Mm-hmm. We prefer not to take any over the age of 14 if we can, because they have already preconditioned their minds to a certain way of thinking. The less certain people are when they come to us, the better, so we can ensure that we install the correct mindset. That is why people like, say, for example, the Emperor's older brother. He could not be denied. He was far too powerful in the Grey Wind, naturally. But he came late with a very preconceived idea of what should be, and that is he should be Emperor.
Well, if you grow up being told one thing your whole life, you're going to believe it, right?
Which is why we like to get them young. The younger the better. We'll often pass over certain potentially useful apprentices over to the other colleges. And they might be far less effective there because of that. They may have been better in our college, but we'll pass them over because they are already so firm in their state of mind. Mm-hmm. It is important that the Grey Wizards, who can manipulate minds, who can change truth and how the world is perceived, it is important that they are unimpeachable, that they are definitely on the right side. Now, I bring all of that up because there is a significant movement in the winds in Ubersreik just now. You've felt it. And we have gained recently a Celestial who's moved into Blackrock Castle. He's keeping very quiet.
Oh, I thought it was gold.
Oh, there's a gold as well.
Oh.
The Celestial has come here for one reason only, the great confluence of the blue wind that has gathered around the city. And he is trying to scry the potential futures that brings. What has occurred here? The refraction of light through that wind, and then making the charts based upon what he knows lies beyond with what he can now see lies beyond. How much has everything moved? I've spoken to him. The man's an idiot. He's just like the people that Tarnus tried to warn us against. Quite convinced that a 99% certainty means certainty. Quite convinced that the 1% chance is very unlikely, and should it occur, he will claim, of course, well, it could happen, it just wasn't likely. He is caught up so firmly in his numbers. Mm. Now, the reason I bring all of this into place is because the numbers are very much stacked against everything here, right now. They are. But we can't lose hope. Elrick, the future, it may be scried and it may be certain, but there is always small loopholes, and that's where the Great College moves through. And you, my man, you have a different route through that sort of, let's say, tangled mess. You can burn it. Your only important step is, who do you burn? You said that you're not an intelligent man. You said that you would prefer to keep your own counsel because of that. I respect that. It shows an intelligence that perhaps others do not have. But you choose your counsel wisely, because the winds are gathering hard. And you are going to be in a position almost certainly where you are going to be able to make a difference. The skills you've learned today, that you've seen today, you put them to use, because there are those who are going to try and pull every single blindfold over their eyes. And yours, and everyone else's too. You've got a sharp eye, and I appreciate that, which is why I, in turn, as a Magister of the Orders, do what I was charged to by my patriarch many years ago, by an electric many years ago, and that is to ensure that those that pass by learn at least something. About my order, about your own order, and how it's perceived by others. They are perceived as blunt weapons and nothing more, and you can use that to your advantage, because that means someone will ask you one day to burn something. You can use that. You know what they want. They won't try and hide it. They will try and throw you at things. They will expect you to burn. Just consider who you're burning.
I can only do what I think is right. And
Good.
that's what led me this whole...
And you know why I appreciate that? Because you didn't say what they all say. I can only do what I was ordered to do.
No.
Well done.
This may have caused a problem during my testing. It caused a bit of a debate.
Good. I like you a lot. He says, you'll do well.
Hopefully.
Where would you like dropped off?
Anywhere along the docks. I came in on a barge.
Consider it done.
Appreciate it.
And over the bridge, onto the other side, over the barge. The coach stops on the barge. Magic coach! Yeah, no, it's not a magic coach. It stops on the barge. Goes over the bridge, drops you off by the docks, leaving you to your own devices as you come to terms with, wow.
Yeah. As if he didn't have enough to think about. Now he's got all this, but I do think like the character thing is going to be a very like keystone for him.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I like it. So beyond that, we have about a week free, because there's going to be at least a week before everyone else gathers. So how about we end off with an unexpected end and pull out the old rule book and go endeavors! So there are rules inside the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Rulebook for things happening during downtime, and we can just throw a little bit of downtime at him. And I'm just going to, although I do have a table built up that I'm going to be using later, which is quite different to the one inside the core rulebook, I'm just going to roll the core rulebook one. So you get an endeavor, one thing you can do. I presume you're going to go for, I need fucking money, I spent it all.
No, he's actually still pretty flush, but I do think like he'll take advantage of being in a city where he can make money because he knows for the good of the party they need money.
Sounds good. And let's roll ourselves a random event because they're fun.
Right, do you want me to roll that?
Yeah!
Okay.
I'm just going to let it go with whatever
74.
It is. 74. Let's see what you got yourself. Everyone out there who's looking at our pestilential pet. You don't have an animal.
Is meat pie okay?
Unfortunately, if you have no animals, you are troubled by ill omens of the GM's creation. Oh!
I mean, how can it get worse?
Ill omens of my creation. Can we get more ill of the various omens? No, I've actually quite liked this. What we can do then for the course of this week, let's tie it into what's just occurred. Particularly if we're using the word omen, given just how many of the celestial spells are directly tied into that. The material weather around Ubersreik grows worse. Dark clouds gather. The sky darkens. And for those who are paying attention, there is an almost swirl sitting above Blackrock Castle, as the weather system just slowly churns in the sky, dark and angry with spitting rain every once in a while, moving in circles above Blackrock. Blackrock itself appears almost to the untrained eye like it's a confluence of wrong, like something above there is going... I mean, if it was a movie, there'd probably be a dark ritual going down in there somewhere, wouldn't there? And probably a sky
Based
beam.
on his experiences, there could be.
Yeah. Sky beam into them.
I mean, Morsleep isn't...
Nope, no more.
Okay.
It's all cloudy.
Yeah.
We're all done. And our dark omens, so to speak, to quote a very old computer game, are laced directly in with the weather. it sends an almost oppressive feeling. When the sunlight does break through, it's got an almost brown heaviness to it. The atmosphere is thick. Mists are rising all round. Rains are falling quite frequently. You, however, by comparison, get an opportunity to pop around, pick up the rest of your ingredients that you're paying for, go over to the artisans and be paid, to provide stronger fires that will definitely last for a certain length of time, channel those up, help those get into place, speak to them individually, get yourself an eventual earning roll, which I haven't done for ages. I don't even know what your status is. What's
language
your status?
magic, right? Silver 3, I think.
Yeah, I think it is too. So do yourself the old test.
Hold on. Yeah.
I haven't done this for ages.
It's definitely language magic anyway, I know that. So it'd be 6 successes.
Nice. Income. I wrote this a long time ago. How much does this show? I have to actually look at the rule book.
Yeah, it's definitely Silver 3, Bright Wizard.
Yeah, there you go. No, you should briefly narrate exactly how you make your money. We've done that bit. Thank you.
Yeah, I narrated it.
Yeah, well done. This is intended more for fun. Yeah, whatever. Then you acquire the income you start your next adventure with, which is the standard income, your status, the money you get from the income, your money you burn. Yeah, fuck that. I'm going to give you a little bit more because you've got 6 successes as well. I'm going to give you double your standard income. Now, if you don't know out there and if you're playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, the income actually tells you the actual weekly income and everything. The amount of money you get for Silver 3 is how much money you've got after you spent on food, on drink, on rent, all the rest of it, which is why I'm going to give him a little bit more. He doesn't have any rent. So you got yourself...
And he can eat for cheap.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So that's 6 then. You've just...
6.
Yep, 6.
6 silver?
Yep, 6 silver that you can get your hands on immediately. The rest of it frittered away on, booze and some cheap food and saying hello to some people and similar. If anyone wants to know how it works out into weekly rates or whatever, just ping me over in Discord and I'll explain it all there. We don't need to do it in this particular stream. So, that's that. I only have one question remaining to finish us all off. You've got a week to yourself. Is he going to be spending his week all nice and alone, or is he going to go and try and pursue, for example, the young lieutenant who clearly showed interest, and potentially also Cordelia?
He will liaise with both of these people. No, he will just talk to them, probably for the lieutenant. To sum it all up without going into any of the details, Cordelia is quite happy to just chat. She's a nice, but the other, she is after sex. Yeah. That is what she wants, and is very keen to push towards it. You're not going to have to fend her off. It's not that much, but she will make it quite clear that's what she's interested in. And I think she'll get quite bored that Elrick is not interested. She will indeed get quite bored quite quickly, and but she will move on elsewhere. It's not for lack of wanting, it's for fear of what happens. It's the truth. You're fully aware that channeling actually can sometimes make things a bit scalding on the other side. But he will, in the downtime, he'll spend a lot of time in the Ravenswood. Sounds perfect. Yeah. Okay, so time in the Ravenswood by himself, the equivalent of his cold shower. A poor turned-down lieutenant who is very disappointed, and the occasional drop-in by Cordelia, who we can say by the end of this, you know pretty well. Yeah. Sounds good? Nice. I love it. And with that, we draw this particular episode to an end. Elrick has finished his Tales of Ubersreik.